Chapter 565. Shenzong left quickly as he was worried that those pseudo-transcendent realm masters would come looking for him again. That wouldn't be a good thing. The four pseudo-transcendent realm masters from Ascending Dragon City were very annoyed. Not only did they lose a lot of their men in this operation, they didn't even get any benefits in the end. Compared to them, Long Tai and the Scarred Man were not only annoyed, they almost vomited blood. They were so close to capturing Shenzong and getting rid of Shenzong, but they didn't expect such an accident to happen. Now that Shenzong had escaped, they didn't know how to find him and kill him again. Long Tai's heart was filled with deep worry. Shenzong was such an outstanding genius. The reason why he wasn't strong enough was because he was still young. If he was given more time to cultivate and grow, his future would be limitless. When he came back to seek revenge, it would be quite troublesome. Since things had already come to this point, there was no turning back. Long Tai could only return to Ascending Dragon City as soon as possible and immediately send a message to the third prince to inform him of everything that had happened and see what the third prince planned to do. The two elders of the Nangong family were very aggrieved. In terms of strength below the Transcendent Realm, the Nangong family wasn't any worse than a low-grade sect. They were even stronger than some of the weaker low-grade sects, but because they lacked a master who had reached the fourth layer of the mortal realm, they couldn't leave the ranks of unranked sects. Now, they were being threatened by a Transcendent Realm Master who not only knew about the Nangong family, but also didn't put them in his eyes. In order to save their own lives and not bring disaster to the family, the two elders could only choose to compromise and retreat. Dressed in a black robe, it was the third prince who had left Ascending Dragon City and was rushing towards the Imperial City. With the third prince's cultivation, it would take him at least a month to return to the Imperial City from Ascending Dragon City. However, the third prince's feet were glowing with a yellow light, which doubled his speed. He would be able to return to the Imperial City in half a month. This kind of treasure that could increase one's speed for a long time was rare. If he wasn't the third prince, it would be difficult for him to obtain it. If it wasn't for hiding his tracks, the third prince wouldn't have chosen to act alone. He would have definitely followed the Conqueror martial sect. It had only been less than a day since they left Ascending Dragon City, so they were still far from the Imperial City. Suddenly, the third prince stopped in his tracks. He took out something from his mustard seed bag and placed it between his eyebrows. Not long after, the third prince snorted angrily. "Trash! You can't even do a single thing well." The third prince had already received a message from Long Tai. He had used a special treasure to send messages. It was not easy to forge, so it was very valuable. Ordinary factions would not have such a treasure. Just as Shenzong was about to be killed, a Transcendent Realm Master had suddenly appeared and intervened. The third prince also understood that with a Transcendent Realm Master intervening, even if he was present, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything. Since he couldn't subdue Shenzong, he wanted to kill him, but he found out that he couldn't kill him. Instead, he let him escape. Once he went deep into the Ascending Heaven region, it would be more difficult to find him. Moreover, the longer he delayed, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Damn it! The third prince was furious. He smashed a huge rock beside him with his palm, but there was nothing he could do now. After all, the one in the Imperial City was just a substitute. Even if he tried his best to imitate the third prince's actions, a fake was still a fake. If he could avoid appearing in front of everyone, he would avoid any flaws. However, he couldn't do that now. In order to get rid of Shenzong as soon as possible, he could only take a risk. Taking out a communication treasure, the third prince sent his own message. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. In the Imperial City, in the third prince's palace. After receiving the third prince's message, the Conqueror martial ancestor was shocked. He didn't expect that after setting up so many traps, he still couldn't get rid of Shenzong. This kid's luck was too good. Immediately, a dignified look flashed across the Conqueror martial ancestor's eyes. Shenzong had extraordinary talent. What he lacked was time. Now that he and the third prince were like fire and water, if they didn't get rid of him as soon as possible, he might become a big trouble in the future. Because of this, the third prince risked exposing his substitute to send a message to the Conqueror martial ancestor. The conqueror martial ancestor quickly left the palace with the third prince's substitute, heading towards the Dragon Teeth Guard's headquarters. The Dragon Teeth Guard was in charge of chasing after criminals. In a situation like Chunzong's, the Dragon Teeth Guard naturally had to take action. The substitute's face was cold, but there seemed to be a trace of anger in his eyes. He looked like he was about to explode in anger. Add to that the fact that the conqueror martial ancestor was accompanying him, and it didn't meet many people on the way, no one suspected his authenticity. Not long after, the conqueror martial ancestor escorted the third prince's substitute out of the Dragon Teeth Guard's headquarters. Brother Chen couldn't have violated the laws of the imperial city and colluded with criminals. The ninth prince's face was ashen, his anger high. Ninth prince, this is the third prince's scheme. The Black Sword Master's words were like swords, pointing straight to the heart of the matter. Master, I also know that this is third brother's scheme. He really put in a lot of effort in order to cut off my wings. The ninth prince took a deep breath, calming himself down. I'm sorry, Brother Chun. I didn't even notice third brother's scheme at all. The ninth prince blamed himself. If it wasn't for him, the third prince wouldn't have dealt with Chunzong like this. As the supervisor of the Dragon Eye Guard, the Dragon Eye Guard had the ability to monitor the entire Dragon Diagram region and was responsible for all information. Yet, he didn't discover the third prince's scheme. This was enough to show how secretive the third prince's actions were. Master, please make a trip to the Ascending Heaven region and protect Brother Chun as much as possible. The ninth prince requested. Although Black Sword Master was the ninth prince's sword teacher, he was still a personal bodyguard. Since he was a bodyguard, he naturally couldn't disobey the ninth prince's orders. However, the ninth prince respected Black Sword Master a lot, so it wasn't an order, but a request. Ninth prince, my duty is to protect you. Black Sword Master replied calmly, even though he admired Chunzong a lot. I know, but Master, the only person with enough strength on my side is you. The ninth prince said, moreover, I'm in the Imperial City and have a life-saving trump card, so I'm safe. All right, I'll make a trip to the Ascending Heaven region. Black Sword Master nodded after a moment of silence. But, ninth prince, I can't guarantee anything. Master, just do your best. The ninth prince said. Of course, he understood what Black Sword Master meant. Entering the Ascending Heaven region might not necessarily lead to finding Chunzong. Even if he found Chunzong, he might not necessarily be able to protect Chunzong. After all, Black Sword Master was indeed the #1 expert below the Transcendent Realm in the Imperial City. However, there was no lack of experts like Black Sword Master in the Ascending Heaven region. Not to mention, the Ascending Heaven region's way of doing things wasn't like the Dragon Diagram dynasty. If they provoked some extreme Transcendent Realm experts, they might be killed. But no matter what, just do your best. A few silhouettes quickly left the Imperial City and headed in the direction of Ascending Dragon City. They traveled at full speed, as fast as lightning. There were a total of 3 people. The leader was the Dragon Teeth Guard's deputy commander, an 8-star expert. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Long Hung Yin, a pseudo-transcendent realm expert with level combat strength, and the other 2 were 7-star senior captains. In the Dragon Teeth Guard, other than those rare, transcendent realm experts, Commander Long Wuya, a Grandmaster realm expert, was the leader. Next in line was the deputy commander with 8-star combat strength, followed by the 5 senior captains with 7-star combat strength. Now, in order to pursue Chunzong, they had dispatched their only deputy commander and 2 senior captains, including Long Tai, who was still in the Ascending Dragon City. There were a total of 3 senior captains. It had to be said that in order to deal with Chunzong, the third prince had mobilized most of his forces. Unfortunately, if it wasn't for the fact that it was difficult to command Transcendent Realm experts, the third prince would probably have sent Transcendent Realm experts to pursue Chunzong. That would be faster and safer. With the 3 pseudo-Transcendent Realm experts rushing at full speed, they would arrive at the Ascending Dragon City in about 20 days. After that, they would enter the Ascending Heaven region to pursue Chunzong. Early in the morning, the sun rose slowly. The warm golden red light shone on the earth, bringing vitality to the world. The dewdrops hadn't been dried yet. They dotted the leaves and petals, making the leaves and petals brighter and more lively. A figure came from the distance at lightning speed. His feet were a few meters above the ground, and he flew past like the wind. The leaves and petals trembled as the wind blew past them. The transparent dewdrops on the leaves and petals fell, splashing into countless fine pieces. They reflected the morning sun and glowed with a gorgeous seven-colored luster. It was very beautiful. Shenzong didn't stop along the way. He saw a city in the distance. It was Morning Dawn City. However, Shenzong didn't enter Morning Dawn City. Instead, he went around it from a distance and continued forward. Along the way, he encountered some troubles, such as monster beasts and some bandits. Ascending Heaven region was more chaotic than Dragon Diagram region. Cultivators ran amok and bandits appeared. Many bandits were very strong, but compared to Shenzong, they were nothing. Under normal circumstances, pseudo-transcendent realm experts wouldn't become bandits. Even if they did, they wouldn't be ordinary bandits. Shenzong didn't know that in order to deal with him, the third prince had first accused him of colluding with the imperial dynasty to harm the Dragon Teeth Guard. He also sent the vice commander of the Dragon Teeth Guard and 2 captains to cross regions to kill him. He also didn't know that the 9th prince had sent the Black Sword sect to cross regions to protect him. After more than 10 days, Shenzong finally stopped because he saw the second city outside of Morning Dawn City. The scale of this city was obviously several times larger than Morning Dawn City. The city walls were towering and majestic. The entire city was located on the ground with a black mountain behind it. It looked very stable, like an ancient giant beast that was sleeping. The aura of this city was very ancient. Shenzong walked towards the main gate of the giant city. Outside the main gate of the giant city, there was a moat that was 1,000 meters wide. The river water was turbulent, and he could vaguely see large fish swimming in the river. Each fish was at least 2 meters long. He could even see large fish that were more than 10 meters long leaping up. The fish scales on their bodies shone with a colorful luster under the sunlight. It was very beautiful. These fish weren't ordinary fish. They were monster beasts. However, they weren't strong. At most, they were equivalent to the training realm. Moreover, they were gentle and wouldn't take the initiative to attack others. Shenzong's gaze fell on the side of the arch bridge of the moat. There was a black stone tablet that was 9 meters tall. On the stone tablet, there were 3 large blood-red words. At first glance, it looked like a golden spear and armored horse, like the light of swords and sabers. 100 Battles City. In a chapter. Chapter 566. There's actually double the monthly votes. Please thank Lu Li for her tip. Without you, the group is a lot quieter. The 1,000-meter wide moat was crossed by a black arch bridge that was also a kilometer long. The arch bridge was very wide and could accommodate several carriages at the same time without being crowded. A man and a woman stood on the edge of the arch bridge, watching the flowing river, quietly snuggling up to each other, as quiet as a painting. Shenzong stepped across the arch bridge and walked towards the gates of 100 Battles City. The gates were wide open, allowing anyone to enter and exit. As soon as Shenzong stepped into 100 Battles City, he felt a different aura from the other cities. Everywhere was desolate, as if a battle was about to break out at any time, without the slightest bit of leisure. The wide streets were paved with black stones and gave off a solemn feeling. The pedestrians walking on them also seemed to be in a hurry, as if they were rushing to the battlefield. Brother Lin, are you going to the 100 Battles Arena? Yes, Lu Ani already had a 30-match winning streak the day before yesterday. I don't know if he can continue today. I'm also here to see Lu Ani. In addition to Lu Ani, I heard that Gu Zhongyuan, who had a 20-match winning streak a few days ago, will also continue to challenge. And Mo Sun, who had a 10-match winning streak the day before yesterday, has unfathomable strength. I don't think he's worse than Gu Zhongyuan and Lu Ani. Maybe he can achieve a 20-match winning streak today. Along the way, Shenzong could hear a lot of discussions about the so-called 100 Battles Arena, which made Shenzong very curious. 100 Battles Arena. 100 Battles City. 100 Battles. Shenzong couldn't help but think. As he continued walking, he listened to the conversations around him and gradually straightened out his thoughts. The 100 Battles Arena was a feature of 100 Battles City. As for which came first, the 100 Battles City or the 100 Battles Arena, no one knew. As long as a cultivator was above the true martial realm and below the transcendent realm, they were eligible to participate in the 100 Battles Arena. The 100 Battles Arena was divided into two types, one for true martial realm cultivators and the other for pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators. Any cultivator in the true martial realm could sign up for the challenge, but they needed to pay a corresponding registration fee. The registration fee for the true martial realm's 100 Battles Arena was 100 spirit shells, while the registration fee for the pseudo-transcendent realm was 1,000 spirit shells. This kind of registration fee was quite high, and it was also to prevent those who wanted to play in the arena. In the hearts of the people of the 100 Battles City, the challenge of the 100 Battles Arena was a very sacred thing, a symbol of honor. When he was almost done, Shenzong changed the direction of the restaurant to the 100 Battles Arena. The 100 Battles Arena was located at the center of the 100 Battles City. There was a huge sealed martial arts practice field called the 100 Battlefield. The 100 Battlefield was surrounded by a 10-meter-tall stone wall, forming a huge circle. A 30-meter-tall tower stood in the corner of the 100 Battlefield, fusing together with the walls. It was the 100 Battles Tower, and there were a few statues in other places of the 100 Battlefield. As soon as Shenzong walked into the entrance of the 100-year battlefield, he heard some noises. It was obvious that there were already people fighting inside. 5 spirit shells. On both sides of the 100-year battlefield, there were guards in the 9th level of the true martial realm. In addition, there were 2 people who were in charge of collecting the entrance fee, 5 spirit shells per person. 5 spirit shells was not a small amount, enough to eat a meal in the restaurant. For an ordinary martial artist in the chi refining realm, 5 spirit shells were not easy to take out, but for most martial artists in the true martial realm, 5 spirit shells were not much, and they could basically afford it. For Shenzong, 5 spirit shells were really nothing. After paying 5 spirit shells, Shenzong also stepped into the 100-year battlefield with the crowd. The sound of metal clashing was even more obvious, accompanied by bursts of shouting. Shenzong quickly glanced around. The 100-year battlefield was in the shape of a ladder, with a total of 10 steps. Each step was 1 meter wide and 1 meter high, surrounding the entire battlefield. Each step could accommodate many people sitting on it. Silently estimating, the 10 steps could accommodate 40 to 50,000 people sitting at the same time without being crowded. At this time, there were many people sitting on the 10 steps. His initial estimate was that there were more than 10,000 people, and there were still people continuously entering and sitting down. They are really good at making money. Shenzong could not help but secretly think. The entrance fee for one person was 5 spirit shells. Now that there were more than 10,000 people, it meant that the entrance fee of the 100-year battlefield was more than 50,000 spirit shells. If all the seats were filled, it could be as much as 200,000 to 300,000 spirit shells. Of course, 5 spirit shells were not a small number. Most people could not come to watch every day. Even if they had the money, they might not have the time. Therefore, under normal circumstances, there were more than 10,000 people entering the 100-year battlefield to watch the battle. In the center of the 10 steps was a round arena that was 1 meter high and 1 kilometer in diameter. It was black and solemn. It was the 100-year battle arena, and there were 2 martial artists in the true martial realm fighting fiercely in the arena. Shenzong was not in a hurry to find a seat. After looking around, his eyes fell on a stone tablet on one side. The words on the stone tablet were neatly written, as if they were carefully carved. After Shenzong glanced over it, he understood the rules and rewards of the 100-year battle arena. The 100 Battles Arena was divided into the true martial realm and the pseudo-transcendent realm, alternating between each other. For example, today's battle was for the true martial realm, while tomorrow's battle would be for the pseudo-transcendent realm. Whether it was a battle between true martial realm cultivators or pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators, Each person could only participate once a day. In other words, if they failed a challenge and wanted to participate again, they could only wait until the next time. However, if they won a challenge, they could continue to challenge until they won 10 consecutive battles. The maximum number of wins a day was 10, and 10 consecutive wins was the basis for the rewards. Yes, one could obtain rewards from the 100-year battle arena, but one needed to win at least 10 consecutive battles. Any true martial realm cultivator who participated in the 100-year battle arena would first have to pay a fee of 100 spirit shells, which would then be arranged by the people of 100 Battles Tower. If they won 10 consecutive battles, they would receive a reward of 1,000 spirit shells. In other words, if they paid 100 spirit shells, as long as they won 10 consecutive battles, they could earn 900 spirit shells. The rate of return was really high. After 10 consecutive victories, if one did not receive the reward, they could continue to challenge the next time and continue to maintain a winning streak until the 20th battle. The reward would be doubled, which was 2,000 spirit shells. However, if one lost, the reward for 10 consecutive victories would also be lost. If it was a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator, the fee would be 1,000 spirit shells. After 10 consecutive victories, the reward would be 10,000 spirit shells. After 20 consecutive victories, the reward would be 20,000 spirit shells. For 30 consecutive victories, the reward for true martial realm cultivators would be 4,000 spirit shells, while the reward for pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators would be 40,000 spirit shells. The rewards for 40 to 60 consecutive victories were somewhat different from those for 10 to 30 consecutive victories. In addition to more spirit shells, there was also a second-order pseudo-spirit artifact. From 70 to 90 consecutive victories, in addition to more spirit shells and second-order pseudo-spirit artifact rewards, there's also a pill reward that could assist one's cultivation. As for the final 100 consecutive victories, that was the end. The rewards for 100 consecutive victories were also very generous. Not only was there a high number of spirit shells, but one could also choose a third-order pseudo-spirit artifact from the 100 Battles Tower, as well as a Heaven-grade top-rank pill. What's more, the 100 Battles Tower could build a statue to stand on the walls of the 100-year battle arena. These were the rewards for true martial realm cultivators, while pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators were even more generous. Statues. Chunzong's brow furrowed as his eyes fell on the statues on the walls of the 100-year battle arena. There were a total of 4 statues, each of which was about 3 meters tall. Whether it was their demeanor or posture, they all gave off a lifelike feeling. Even the details of their robes were very clear and lifelike. Obviously, they were the work of a master sculptor. Of the 4 statues, one was gilded in gold, while the other 3 were gilded in silver. The gilded statue was the pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator who had won 100 consecutive victories, while the 3 gilded silver statues were the 3 true martial realm cultivators who had won 100 consecutive victories. At the feet of the 4 statues was a circular platform about half a meter high with the name and identity of the person represented by each statue written on the platform. At this time, the outcome of the 100 Battles Arena had been decided. Chunzong immediately went to the registration area and took out 100 spirit shells to save his life. He also received a number wooden token and went to the waiting area to wait. The waiting area was located in the 100 Battles Tower, at the same level as the 10th step of the 100-year battle arena. Facing the 100 Battles Arena, one could see everything clearly. At this time, there were more than a dozen cultivators sitting in the waiting area, each of them having reached the late stage of the true martial realm. As soon as Chunzong stepped into the waiting area, more than a dozen gazes fell on Chunzong one after another. Every gaze flashed as if they wanted to see through Chunzong. After all, coming here meant that they wanted to participate in the 100 Battles Arena and could become their opponent. Immediately, they were surprised as they found that they couldn't see through Chunzong's cultivation. They couldn't even feel a trace of cultivation aura. Without any cultivation aura, he was either an ordinary person, not even in the chi and blood realm, or he had a special method to conceal his aura. It could be a treasure or some kind of secret technique. Those who dared to sign up for the 100 Battles arena had to be at least in the true martial realm, so it could only be the latter. Hiding the head but showing the tail, a man who looked to be in his 30s said disdainfully. Among these people, only 2 were relatively young, looking to be less than 30 years old. The others were over 30 years old, but it was impossible to accurately estimate their specific age. After all, those who could reach the late stage of the true martial realm before the age of 30 were often talented. In the Tianjiang prefecture of the Longtu region, they could be called geniuses. Of course, in the Imperial City region, reaching the late stage of the true martial realm, or even the 9th stage of the true martial realm before the age of 30, could only be considered good. After all, the cultivation environment and resources were different. Ascending Heaven region had 2 high-grade sects. Overall, it was better than Longtu region. In the long run, Ascending Heaven region's cultivation level would also be better than Longtu region's. Chenzong heard the man's disdainful words, but he didn't get angry, nor did he show any expression, as if he didn't hear it. Chenzong saw through the man's cultivation at a glance. He was in the 8th stage of the true martial realm. With such cultivation, even if his strength was high, Chenzong could kill him with 1 sword strike. Seeing Chenzong didn't respond, the man couldn't help but smile coldly and didn't say anything. The others saw that Chenzong didn't show any expression in the face of such ridicule and couldn't help but see clearly. Chapter 567. Sitting in the waiting area, Chenzong looked forward and could clearly see the battle in the 100 Battles arena. At this moment, the 2 sides fighting in the 100 Battles arena, one wielded a sword and the other wielded a spear. Both of them were at LV8 of the genuine martial realm and were evenly matched. The outcome would depend on their martial attainments and power. The sword light was dazzling, like a folding fan opening up. Layers upon layers of sword shadows superimposed into a sword that pierced through the air. Profound ice spear. The spear-wielding cultivator shouted and shook the spear with both hands. The body of the spear rotated at high speed in an instant. All the power poured into the spear tip through the rotation. The tip of the spear emitted an astonishing cold light, as if it was cast from 10,000 years old ice. It fiercely stabbed out with astonishing power. The spear was like an ice dragon coming out of the abyss. Its momentum was astonishing. The sword light was shattered. The tip of the spear pierced the sword body. A terrible power erupted, causing the sword body to bend. The sword-wielding cultivator exerted his strength a second time. The sword body trembled, bursting with a powerful force that rebounded the tip of the spear. The sword body also took advantage of the momentum to cut down. The spear suddenly flicked up and fiercely smashed down, bringing with it an astonishing wind and thunder momentum. The weapons used by the 2 were standard weapons provided by the 100 Battles arena. They had enough hardness and toughness, but they did not have any other power. Moreover, there was a rule that stated that in the 100 Battles arena, one could not use power other than one's own, such as the power of a pseudo-spiritual weapon or taking pills to temporarily increase one's strength. This kind of contest was relatively fair. With a strike of his spear, the long sword was knocked away. Suddenly, he rushed forward and his shoulder fiercely slammed into the opponent's chest, causing the opponent to continuously retreat. Then, with a slight tremble of his spear, he stabbed out with layers of spear shadows. The spear and spear followed, knocking the sword-wielding cultivator off the arena and slightly injuring him. Number 17 wins. Number 18 comes up. A loud voice came from the 100 Battles tower. After a victory in the 100 Battles arena, there was no time to recover one's strength or take pills. Otherwise, what was the point? It was just one battle after another. A loss was a loss. Moreover, only after 10 consecutive victories would the 100 Battles tower announce the winner's name. If one could not even achieve 10 consecutive victories, no one would care what their name was. Chenzong looked at his wooden tag. The number on it was 30. Number 18 was sitting in the waiting area at this time. After hearing the loud and clear voice, she got up and first took a large saber from the weapon rack beside her. She jumped up and flew several thousand meters like a big bird before finally landing on the 100 Battles arena. Just as his feet touched the ground, the tip of his foot touched the ground, his power burst forth, his entire person leaping high, both hands holding onto the big blade. True power poured in, bursting out a shocking red, like a raging inferno, fiercely chopping down. With a shake of the long spear, a cold light pierced through the air, like a flood dragon emerging from the abyss. The two martial artists used all their strength to fight for victory. In the end, the spear-wielding martial artist won again, achieving a record of 2 consecutive victories. However, number 19 immediately went up to fight. When someone went up to fight, regardless of the outcome, they would no longer stay in the waiting area. However, the number of people in the waiting area did not decrease. Instead, it increased because there were constantly people signing up to participate in the challenge. At this time, a cold aura filled the air as if a cold wind was blowing. Everyone could not help but look back, and their complexions changed. They saw a black-clothed youth with a cold face walking over with his hands behind his back. His appearance and aura were unapproachable. His gaze was cold and sharp like a blade. When swept past, it made people feel as if they were cut by an invisible blade. "It's Mo Senior, he's here again." A low voice sounded. Shenzong's heart was slightly moved. When he stepped into the 100 Battle City, he heard many people talking about Mo Senator. He had already achieved 10 consecutive victories and hit a lot of his strength. Shenzong could see Mo Sen's cultivation with a glance. He was at the peak of the 9th level of the true martial realm, but it was somewhat obscure. It was estimated that those who were not as strong as him would not be able to see his cultivation. As for his fighting strength, it was uncertain. However, according to Shenzong's guess, this person's fighting strength should not be lower than 2 stars. Mo's son was cold and arrogant. He ignored the others and sat down, looking forward. Ancient Bell Garden. Ancient Bell Garden is also here. This is interesting. Will Ancient Bell Garden achieve 30 consecutive victories? Or Mo's son achieve 20 consecutive victories? A young man with a slight smile on the corners of his mouth walked into the waiting area with large strides. He had an ordinary appearance, but he wore a thick chain around his neck. The chain was made of egg-sized jet black balls that collided with each other as he walked, emitting a clear and melodious sound of collision. Although Ancient Bell Garden did not look as cold and arrogant as Mo's son, he entered the waiting area and did not pay attention to anyone. He just glanced at Mo Sen's face and found a seat to sit down. Ancient Bell Garden's cultivation was not low. He was also at the peak of the 9th level of the true martial realm. His fighting strength was unknown. In the 100 Battles arena, the outcome of the battle between number 17 and number 19 was clear. Number 19 was more skilled and won. Number 20 immediately went up. Then, number 20 defeated number 19 and replaced him as the champion of the arena. He faced number 21's challenge. Number 22, number 23, number 24. One after another, they went up the 100 Battles arena. Up until now, the most consecutive victories was 3. Soon, number 29 went up. Number 29 was the one who had mocked Shenzong before. He landed on the 100 Battles arena with a long saber in his hand. "You're no match for me. Get out of here obediently." Number 29 grinned. His foul mouth was really annoying. "We'll know after we fight." Number 27 frowned slightly and then answered indifferently. "I'll finish you with 1 strike." Number 29 laughed wildly. His long saber pierced through the air. His cultivation at the peak of the 9th level of the true martial realm made his saber even more powerful. The pressure on number 27 doubled, and his expression changed greatly. Just as number 29 said, number 27 was sent flying with only 1 strike. His weapon also flew out of his hand. He was no match for number 29 at all. "Ha ha ha. I said you're no match for me. 1 strike is enough." Number 29 put his long saber on his shoulder and laughed. A loss was a loss. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. He could only leave. Number 29 has won in a row. Number 30 is up. As the voice came from the 100 Battles tower, Shenzong stood up and walked to the weapon rack. He glanced at it and pulled out a long sword that was not suitable for its weight. His body floated forward as if he was weightless. He was as light as cotton, but his speed was very fast. He landed on the 100 Battles arena. So it's you. Are you going to get out of here, or do you want me to cut you down? Number 29 sneered with disdain when he saw Chunzong. Chunzong's expression did not change. He was just at the peak of the 9th level of the true martial realm. Although his cultivation was similar to his, the gap between their combat strength was like a natural chasm. Therefore, he could only try to win with words. The long sword cut through the air. It was very slow, but in fact it was very fast. It broke through the air and attacked. Number 29's expression changed. He immediately waved his saber. Countless saber lights raged like a storm. However, that blade light was directly destroyed by Chunzong's casual sword attack. It continued forward like a hot knife through butter. There was nothing that could withstand Chunzong's sword attack. The unsharpened point directly hit number 29's chest, and a terrifying power burst forth, pushing him forward heavily. Number 29's expression suddenly changed, and he looked like he was in pain. He tried his best to stop his body, but he couldn't do anything. He kept sliding back and fell from the 100 Battles arena. So strong. He defeated a warrior at the peak of the 9th level of the true martial realm with one strike. This person's combat strength is at least at the 2-star level. In the waiting area, the people waiting for the battle were shocked. Mo Sun and Gu Zhongyuan's eyes lit up as they stared at Chunzong. It was not difficult for them to defeat an ordinary warrior at the peak of the 9th level of the true martial realm with one strike. They could not tell how strong Chunzong was, but it aroused their interest. Maybe he could be an opponent. The cultivators who came to participate in the 100 Battles arena, in addition to the rewards, also wanted to be able to fight with other cultivators to hone themselves. However, if the opponent was too weak and could be easily defeated, it would not have any effect at all. Only an opponent of similar strength or a stronger opponent could bring about a tempering effect. There were a few old men in the 100 Battles Tower watching the battle. They were all members of the 100 Battles Tower. Good strength. Yes, he has the ability to win 10 matches in a row. 10 win streaks were very common in the 100 Battles arena, and the rewards were nothing to the 100 Battles Tower. After all, the 100 Battles Tower earned quite a lot of spirit shells every day, even if several people managed to achieve 10 win streaks in a single day. The spirit shells rewarded were only a portion of the income. Moreover, the more people who won, the more famous the 100 Battles arena was, to a certain extent, attracting more people to watch or participate in the battles. Number 31 entered the arena. He had seen Chunzong's strength, so when facing Chunzong, he unconsciously felt weak. Once he lost his momentum, it was even more impossible to resist. Chunzong only waved his sword, and number 31 retreated out of the 100 Battles arena. Fortunately, Chunzong had a sense of propriety, and his opponent only suffered light injuries. If it was some more ruthless warrior, he would often have seriously injured his opponent. This was also the rule of the 100 Battles arena, that no killing was allowed. Otherwise, who knew how many people would have died? Then, number 32 entered the arena. Number 32's actual age was over 40 years old. His cultivation was at the peak of the 9th level of the true martial realm, but his aura was very vigorous. It was much stronger than the ordinary peak of the 9th level of the true martial realm. Please enlighten me. Number 32 was very calm. His weapons were his palms, and it could be seen that his palms were thicker than ordinary people's. They were like 2 small millstones, full of a heavy sense of power. Chunzong brandished his sword again. The light sword light contained a domineering might. Number 32 roared loudly. He did his best to brandish both of his palms. He displayed the palm technique that he was so proud of. His palms seemed to have swelled up like huge millstones. They contained a dreadful and heavy power as they blasted out fiercely. A rumbling sound resounded in all directions. But the sword light flashed, and all the momentum stopped. The huge millstone-like palms were also cut open by the sword light, dissipating like smoke blown by the wind. The sword light's momentum had yet to dissipate, and as fast as lightning, It directly slashed onto number 32's chest. His protective, true energy instantly shattered, and with a bang, number 32 flew out of the 100 battles arena uncontrollably. Chapter 568. In each of his 3 consecutive victories, Chunzong defeated his opponent with a single strike. He's the same as Mo Sr. Mo-san defeated his opponent with a single strike in each of his 10 consecutive victories, making it difficult for others to see his true strength. Number 33 leaped into the air and landed on the 100 battles arena. I'll only use 1 strike. If you can take it, I lose. Number 33's eyes flashed as he shouted at Chunzong. Please. Chunzong didn't care what his opponent was thinking. Take this. Number 33 took a deep breath and suddenly let out a roar. His body swelled up as if it was filled with air. Then, his violent power surged forward like a huge wave. As he pushed his palms forward, a roaring sound rang out. It was as if a 10,000-meter-tall tsunami was surging forward, one wave after another. The entire arena seemed to shake along with it. What a powerful strike. It's already stronger than an ordinary 1-star. It can even threaten a 2-star. Facing this attack, Chunzong's expression was still indifferent. He stood motionless with his sword in hand, until the moment when the violent wave of power rushed towards him. He slashed out with his sword. It was an ordinary sword strike, but contained a domineering power that could dominate the world. It also had a kind of carefree and light feeling like flowing water, a combination of hardness and gentleness. Good sword technique. This kid's attainments in sword technique are quite high. The eyes of the several old men in the 100 Battles Tower lit up. They were all pseudo-transcendents and had been hosting the 100 Battles arena for many years. Their eyesight was extraordinary. The seemingly casual sword strike actually contained an extremely shocking sharpness. It cleaved apart the palm strike that was as violent as a tidal wave, as easily as tearing apart a piece of white paper. The sword energy was unstoppable and directly slashed at number 33's body. In an instant, it became vigorous and powerful and sent number 33 flying out of the 100 Battles arena in the blink of an eye. He won again. It's still 1 strike. Mo-sen's eyes were as bright as a blade. Gu Zhongyuan's left hand gently played with the ball-shaped chain around his neck. The smile on his face became more and more obvious. They were all very interested in number 30. Number 30 has 4 consecutive victories. Number 34 come on stage. As the voice sounded, another person flew up from the waiting area. Before this person fell, he waved his hands continuously. Streaks of cold light shot through the air, like a rain of flowers covering the sky and covering the earth. They contained astonishing power that could penetrate steel and hard iron. The sudden attack was enough to catch most people off guard. However, in Chunzong's eyes, the rain of flowers in the sky seemed to be full of order. All the trajectories were clearly visible and were completely under Chunzong's control. Once again, he slashed out with his sword, seemingly simple but containing an indescribable mystery, as if he had sealed off the space in front of him. However, Chunzong's sword technique had already reached the limit of man and sword unity, a level that no one present could match. Even the veteran pseudo-transcendents of 100 Battles Tower were no exception, so it was difficult for them to see through the mysteries of this attack, only feeling that it was incredibly powerful. This was a very ordinary sword strike, but it was able to keep all of the glacial light at bay. The long sword trembled slightly, and all of the glacial light shuddered before flying back toward number 34, who was still descending from midair. How was this possible? Number 34 was secretly happy that he had made his move when he suddenly realized that not only were the flying daggers that he had shot out completely blocked, they were actually reflected back. Extremely shocked, he hurriedly waved his hands and pushed his true power to the extreme, causing the true power protection to reach the strongest level. Puchi, puchi, puchi. Continuous sounds rang out as beams of cold light shot onto number 34's body. His protective true power was broken apart as the flying daggers pierced through his protective true power and stabbed into number 34's body, sinking halfway into his body. Number 34's face turned pale as he hurriedly rushed down the 100 battles arena, pulling out the flying daggers while sprinkling some medicinal powder on them to stop the bleeding. This scene caused many people to laugh, but at the same time, they were also surprised by the strength of Chunzong's sword technique. In fact, until now, Chunzong had not used his full strength at all, not even half of his strength. Chunzong had only used 10% of his physical strength and 10% of his Zonghu true Qi to perform sword technique. And even the sword technique was a very basic sword technique. Even so, Chunzong was still holding back. After all, if Chunzong's battle strength was fully unleashed, it would reach the peak of 5-star. Under such a high realm, Chunzong was confident that he could even fight against an early 6-star. Now that he was holding back, his battle strength was considered to be on the higher level among 2-star. Out of the 5 opponents in the 5 battles, only the opponent in the 4th battle was slightly stronger, close to 2 stars battle strength. As for the opponent in the 5th battle, he only had a hidden weapon technique and caught his opponent off guard. That was all. Number 35 entered the arena and saw with his own eyes how Chunzong easily defeated his opponent with 1 strike. It would be a lie to say that he did not feel pressured. Number 35 was under a lot of pressure. He stared at Chunzong with a very serious face and pushed his true Qi to the extreme. Unfortunately, the gap in strength was too obvious. Even if he squeezed out all his strength, it still could not be changed. Not to mention that there was a huge gap in martial arts realm. Chunzong could see all his opponent's attacks clearly. He broke them with a casual strike and defeated them. Number 30, 6 consecutive victories. Number 36, enter the arena. Effortlessly, Chunzong obtained 6 consecutive victories, shocking everyone. Each and every one of them was certain that Chunzong would definitely obtain 10 consecutive victories. Friend, you're very strong. I know I'm not your opponent, but I still beg you to show mercy and let me use a few more moves. Number 36 rolled his eyes and immediately said to Chunzong. It had to be said that this was an opportunistic person. He knew he was not Chunzong's opponent, so he asked for a few more moves. At least he would not be defeated by Chunzong in 1 strike, which would make him look better. Chunzong did not care about this. With 1 strike, there was no way to dodge or resist. Number 36 was defeated and left in shame. Number 30, 7 consecutive victories. Number 37, enter the arena. Number 37's face was bitter. Just now, those warriors at the peak of LV9 True Martial Realm, or even the limit of LV9 True Martial Realm, were no match for 1 strike from Chunzong. Needless to say, he had just broken through to the early stage of LV9 True Martial Realm. He was not Chunzong's opponent at all, so he simply admitted defeat. Number 30, 8 consecutive victories. Number 38, enter the arena. I admit defeat. Number 38 shouted very shamelessly. He was not Chunzong's opponent at all. It would not help him at all, so he simply did not go up and embarrass himself. Number 30, 9 consecutive victories. Number 39, enter the arena. I also admit defeat. Number 39 shouted loudly. He admitted defeat again. Looks like he's going to win 10 consecutive victories. From the moment he attacked, I knew that number 30 would definitely win 10 consecutive victories. Number 39 did not admit defeat. He was a middle-aged man who seemed to be over 40 years old. He looked a little skinny, with a sunken face and sunken eyes. His hands were hidden in the sleeves of his robe. Number 39 waved his sleeves and leaped into the air before landing back on the 100 battles arena. His aura was cold and gloomy, with a faint deathly stillness. There seemed to be a faint smell of decay, as if it was the smell of being in the company of corpses for years. Number 39 did not say a word. His gloomy eyes were fixed on Chunzong. His eyes seemed to be glowing with a green light. Then he jumped straight up. His seemingly stiff body was as fast as an arrow leaving the bow. In an instant, he crossed dozens of meters and approached Chunzong. The smell of decay and gloomy became more and more intense. The hands hidden in the sleeves of his robe suddenly shot out. His pale green hands were as thin as claws. With a sharp sound of wind breaking, he grabbed at Chunzong, as if he wanted to tear off Chunzong's flesh and blood. Zombie art. There are still people who practice this kind of art. The expressions of the elders on the 100 Battles Tower changed slightly as they exclaimed in a low voice. To practice this kind of art, you need to be in the company of corpses. You need to constantly absorb corpse chi to refine your body, turning yourself into a zombie. Your body will have amazing toughness and be able to withstand the attacks of swords and sabers. You will also have immense strength, but you will lose your senses and your body will become stiff. An elder of the 100 Battles Tower said in a low voice, explaining the pros and cons of the zombie art. If you can master the zombie claw and zombie jump, it will also be a powerful martial art. It is good, but unfortunately, to practice this kind of martial art, you can no longer be considered human. Everyone has their own ambitions. The last 4 words were conclusion. Everyone has their own ambitions. Some people would do anything to succeed. It was normal. The zombie art existed because someone created it. Since it was created, there would be people who practiced it. It was reasonable for it to exist. The zombie claw tore through the air at an extremely fast speed and was extremely sharp. It carried with it a sour and rotten stench that could make people dizzy. Chunzong was not affected, but he really did not like this smell. He did not dodge and attacked with his sword. Number 39's eyes flashed with a green light. His claws sped up, and a green light appeared on his claws. He directly grabbed Chunzong's long sword. One of his hands grabbed onto the back of the sword, while the other hand was still rushing towards Chunzong's chest. He wanted to tear off a piece of flesh. Got him. Impressive. Is he going to be defeated here? 9 wins in a row. He is so close to 10 wins in a row. It would be a pity if he was defeated. Originally, everyone thought that number 30 would definitely win 10 matches in a row, but no one thought that number 39 would be so powerful. One claw grabbed the sword, and the other claw attacked. His speed was so fast that it was impossible to guard against it, and it was difficult to react. One had to admit that this number 39's battle power had already surpassed 1 star and reached 2 star. Although Chunzong was a little surprised, he did not panic. Even if he was hit by that claw, he would be fine. His powerful body was not a joke. Of course, Chunzong did not want to be hit. As the 5 fingers on his right hand loosened and tightened, the power accurately flowed into the sword. The sword trembled and directly broke number 39's fingers. It was like a hot knife cutting through butter. From the moment number 39 was caught to the moment he was killed, only a moment had passed. His speed was even faster than number 39's claw. Just as the claw was about to land on Chunzong's chest, the sword had already landed on his body. There was a dull thud like the sound of leather being torn apart. Number 39's expression changed when he sensed the powerful impact of the sword. Although he couldn't feel any pain, the impact of the attack was very obvious. He was sent flying backwards. Chapter 569. Congratulations to number 30 for obtaining 10 consecutive victories. A loud voice resounded from the 100 Battle Tower, resounding through the whole place. Everyone cheered, but the cheers were not loud because 10 consecutive victories were too common in the 100 Battle Arena. Number 30, please tell us your name and title. Another voice resounded from the 100 Battle Tower. Everyone pricked up their ears. Only by obtaining 10 consecutive victories would one be qualified to announce their name and title. It was like an honor for the tens of thousands of people present to remember. Tell us your name and title. You have a name, but you don't have your title now. You used to be called Sword Sun. Sword Sun. Chunzong. After 3 breaths, Chunzong said his name and title. Even though he was removed from the sword sect, it was not the sect's intention. They had no choice but to do so under some circumstances. Chunzong did not resent them. Instead, he was grateful to the elders of the sword sect. He always thought of himself as a disciple of the sword sect. Now that he was in the outer region, he would make a name for himself in the sword sect. Sword Sun, it sounds very impressive. There is an indescribable domineering aura. Crazy. Everyone was shocked when they heard Chunzong say his title. Sword Son, Imo-san said in a low voice. Guzhong Yuan's smile grew wider. After Chunzong obtained 10 consecutive victories, today's battles came to an end. Sword Son, Chunzong, do you want to take the reward for 10 consecutive victories, or keep it for another day? Someone from the 100 Battle Tower asked. Continue. Chunzong did not hesitate at all. A mere 1,000 spirit shells was not enough for Chunzong. Such a choice was within everyone's expectations. Chunzong leaped up and left the 100 battle arena. He landed on the spectator stand. He was ready to continue watching the battles. Chunzong's 10 consecutive victories were like a stone thrown into the water, causing ripples and splashes. Soon, everything calmed down, and the new challenges continued. Number 44, 2 consecutive victories. Number 46, Mo Sr. Mo-san is finally going to fight. I wonder how strong he is. Limitless Blade. Mo Senator, he will definitely obtain 20 consecutive victories. Not necessarily. There's still the ancient Bell Garden. There was a lot of discussion, and many people became excited. The atmosphere at the scene became even more lively. Mo-san jumped up in front of everyone's eyes. He streaked across the sky like a bat. At the same time, he stretched out his hand, and a long and narrow black blade flew out of the weapon rack. When Mo-san's feet landed on the 100 Battles arena, the long and narrow black blade also flew over and landed in Mo-san's right hand. The moment the long saber entered his hand, Mo-san's aura became even colder. It swept out like an invisible wave, covering the entire 100 Battles arena, including number 44. Number 44 was originally in high spirits after 2 consecutive victories. However, when Mo-san's aura swept over him, his entire body involuntarily trembled. He felt as if he had fallen into a serene prison. His aura weakened by more than 50%, and his hands and feet felt slightly numb. In this state, he could not bring out his full strength. It would be good if he could bring out 70% of his strength. Clenching his teeth, he forcefully raised his true power and unleashed his strongest blade attack towards Mo Senator. The gigantic blade image filled the air as if it could cut through a mountain. One blade break mountain. Facing such a tyrannical blade attack, Mo-san was not moved at all. His expression did not change at all. However, when the gigantic blade image was about to fall, he waved the long and narrow black blade in his hand. The black blade light sliced through the sky, and the gigantic blade image shattered in an instant. The black blade light did not dissipate and directly chopped onto the opponent's body, sending him flying out of the arena. There was a blade wound on his chest, dripping with blood. It was a shocking sight. I knew it would be like this. Mo-san is too strong. Chunzong nodded imperceptibly. He cannot tell Mo-san's true combat prowess from this saber strike. However, he could still make out some clues. 3-star battle strength. Among the many martial artists, 3-star battle strength was indeed very strong. Of course, it cannot be compared to those top geniuses. However, for some reason, Chunzong felt that this Mo-san was very mysterious. After defeating his opponent with one blade attack, Mo-san obtained a consecutive victory. Soon, a second person went up to challenge him, and was defeated by Mo-san with one blade attack. The challenges in the 100 Battles arena were arranged by the 100 Battles Tower. This way, there would not be a situation where no one dared to challenge the arena master because he was too strong. That would just be a waste of time. After being arranged by the 100 Battles Tower, regardless of the opponent's strength, they would either go up or admit defeat. Soon, Mo-san obtained 5 consecutive victories. He always used one blade attack. That cold blade attack had a kind of tyrannical aura, and no one could resist it. Every single one of them suffered serious injuries. From this, it could be seen that Mo-san was not a kind person. Number 46, Limitless Blade. Mo-san, 5 consecutive victories. Number 51, Guzhong Yuan, go up. Following the announcement, it was as if countless stones had been thrown into a lake. Countless splashes spread out, and layers of ripples spread out continuously. Gu Zhongyuan is going up. Splendid. Mo Sun had obtained 10 consecutive victories before, and Gu Zhongyuan had obtained 20. Both of them were not weak. Now that they were going to compete on the same stage, it could not help but make people excited. This kind of battle was much more attractive than normal battles. It would definitely be more intense. For the first time, a different expression appeared on Mo Sen's cold face. He was slightly surprised, but he quickly regained his calmness. Gu Zhongyuan held a bronze-colored long rod that was as thick as an arm in one hand and a beaded necklace on his neck in the other. His figure leapt several hundred meters into the air before falling like a meteor. With an astonishing momentum, he heavily bombarded the 100 Battles arena. With a loud boom, the 100 Battles arena shook. Cracks appeared under Gu Zhongyuan's feet, and they quickly spread out. Smoke filled the air, making Gu Zhongyuan look like he had just returned from a battlefield. It was very scary. Gu Zhongyuan's title is Fallen Mountain Staff. I wonder who is stronger between him and Limitless Blade. Mo Sun? We will know after the battle. Shenzong glanced at Gu Zhongyuan. The scene earlier was indeed very powerful. He estimated that Gu Zhongyuan's battle prowess had reached the level of a 3-star martial artist. Perhaps Gu Zhongyuan's battle prowess was about the same as Mo Sen's. It would be an intense battle. The two of them were dozens of meters apart. They regarded each other as strong opponents. A tyrannical aura gushed out from their bodies in an instant, and whistling sounds continued. The aura on Mo Sen's body was as cold as hell. It spread out, making the spectators feel a chill, as if a gust of cold wind had blown past. Gu Zhongyuan's aura was different from Mo Sen's. It had a kind of calmness, a kind of heaviness, and also a hint of dominance. It was like a bronze and iron mountain, emitting a shocking sense of power. It spread out, making the spectators feel even more oppressed, as if their bodies were being suppressed by an invisible mountain. Even breathing became difficult. What a terrifying aura. Most of the people in the spectator stands were ordinary warriors of the true martial realm. Some of them were even in the Qi refining realm. How could they withstand the impact of such momentum? Fortunately, they were quite far away. If they were in the arena, they probably wouldn't even be able to move. However, there were a few martial artists who weren't affected. Their battle prowess surpassed ordinary true martial realm martial artists. I have long wanted to experience the Limitless Blade. Gu Zhongyuan laughed and waved his bronze staff. It brought a strong whistling sound, and an invisible wind blew out. Come, as you wish. Mo Sen's voice was low, like a gust of cold wind blowing past. He waved his long and narrow black saber. A dark saber light as deep as hell broke through the air, silently attacking Gu Zhongyuan. It's here, the Limitless Blade's amazing blade technique. Good. Gu Zhongyuan wasn't surprised. Instead, he was happy. His aura fluctuated, and his bronze staff swept out like a storm, rolling up an astonishing force. Streaks of black saber light pierced through the air and continued to attack. They densely covered the entire 100 Battles arena. Every saber light seemed to have a spirit of its own. They moved around and continued to attack the ancient Bell Garden. What an exquisite blade technique. Shenzong was a little surprised. With Shenzong's current martial arts attainments, he could naturally see some clues. This kind of blade technique was much more exquisite than the original sword technique of the unhindered sword sect. From this point, it was clear that Mo Sen's origin was not simple. That is, the Limitless Blade. He's from that family. The several pseudo-transcendents from the 100 Battles Tower were startled at first. Then their eyes widened in surprise. The Limitless Blade is that family's inherited martial art. It's impossible for outsiders to cultivate it. There's no doubt that Mo Sun is from that family. If Mo Sun is really from that family, his combat strength should be even higher. Don't forget that family style of doing things. Ceiling? That's right. While the pseudo-transcendents from the 100 Battles Tower were talking, the battle on the 100 Battles arena was getting more and more intense. Facing Mo Sen's countless black saber lights, Gu Zhongyuan waved his copper rod and formed a copper circle around him. It was like a copper ball, blocking all the saber lights. No matter how hard the saber lights hit him, he did not move at all. Countless sparks flew. Gu Zhongyuan was very good at defense. After blocking all of the blade auras, Gu Zhongyuan suddenly leapt up into the air dozens of meters in the air. The waving copper rod paused for a moment, raised up high, and fiercely smashed down. An astonishing rumbling sound exploded, rolling like thunder. The incomparably huge bronze rod shadow was like a mountain falling down heavily. The name Fallen Mountain Staff came from this. Some cultivators' titles were given by others and recognized by the public, but some were given by themselves because some cultivators were worried that they wouldn't like the title given by others. For example, Chunzong didn't think of a title at first, but after being asked and considering that he was from the Unhindered Sword sect, he simply gave himself the title Unhindered Sword. A title was a kind of representation, often related to a cultivator's own characteristics, whether it was their appearance, what they were good at, or their fighting style. Gu Zhongyuan's staff bombarded the 100 Battles arena like a falling pillar, its power so violent that it seemed as if the entire 100 Battles arena would collapse. Mo's son raised his head. His eyes seemed to be filled with a black light. As he brandished his long blade, countless jet-black blade lights tore through the air and slashed out. They were densely packed like a torrential downpour, like a rushing river, and like the overflowing sea. Under the mountain-like staff, the saber lights shattered one after another, but even more saber lights arrived. At some unknown time, Mo's son suddenly disappeared from the 100 Battles arena. In the next breath, he passed by the mountainous staff shadows and appeared in front of Gu Zhongyuan. His blade swept out from left to right, as if it was capable of sweeping away 1,000 armies. Chapter 570. Yuan. Gu Zhongyuan smiled bitterly as he touched the saber mark on his chest. Although the battle was intense, Gu Zhongyuan was still defeated by Mo's son in the end. The limitless saber was indeed extraordinary. Gu Zhongyuan, who had 20 consecutive victories, lost. All his previous victories were nullified. This meant that the 3,000 spirit shells that he could have obtained were gone. However, to a cultivator with Gu Zhongyuan's combat strength, the 3,000 spirit shells were nothing. Being able to exchange blows with someone as strong as Mo's son gave him a greater harvest. Gu Zhongyuan did not linger. Instead, he left the 100 battlefield. A new opponent entered the arena, but he was defeated by Mo's son in one strike. Soon, Mo's son accumulated another 10 consecutive victories. Now, he had 20 consecutive victories. Time passed quickly under the continuous battles. In the blink of an eye, it was evening. Only a few people were left. The 100 battlefield had a rule that no more than 100 people could sign up each day. If there were less than 100 people, then the 100 battles arena would end for the day. If there were more than 100 people, then the excess would have to wait until the next round. The last few people entered the arena one after another. Today's 100 battles arena ended. Everyone, today's 100 battles arena ends here. The winners are rampaging Sword Chunzong with 10 consecutive victories. The limitless saber Mo's son with 20 consecutive victories. As the voice of the 100 battles towers people rang out, everyone got up and left the 100 battles arena. As night fell, the lights in the 100 battles city lit up. There was a different scenery in the dusky light. Chunzong strolled toward the nearby restaurant. Although he could skip a few meals with his current cultivation, he was already used to it. Furthermore, eating was human nature. It was a kind of enjoyment. Isn't that rampaging sword, Chunzong? That's right. It's him. In the restaurant, Chunzong was leisurely eating and drinking. At a table not far away, a few people's gazes landed on Chunzong as they exclaimed in surprise. 10 consecutive victories. Every opponent was defeated with a single sword strike. I wonder how strong he really is. At least 2 stars. How about we go over and get to know him? Is that okay? He seems to be easy to talk to. I'll give it a try. One of the 3 stood up and walked towards Chunzong with a glass of wine in his hand. The other 2 were a little nervous. After all, their combat power was very ordinary. They were at most 1-star. Their concerns were reasonable because some people had strange temperaments and did not like to be disturbed. They might even kill people out of anger. Hello, Brother Chun. My name is Yuan Xiu. Just now, I saw Chun Zong's sword move unhindered in the 100 battlefield. I admire you greatly, so I came here to propose a toast to you to express my respect, Yuan Xiu said with a smile. Brother Yu, you flatter me. Chun Zong was slightly taken aback, but the other party was modest and sincere. He didn't look like someone who was looking for trouble. Chun Zong smiled and raised his glass. Please, please. Yuan Xiu did not expect that Chun Zong would be so easy to talk to. He was so happy that he quickly raised the wine glass with both hands and drank it. Brother Chun, I have 2 friends who also admire you and want to get to know you, Yuan Xiu said. Let's invite them over, Chun Zong said with a smile. The other 2 also raised their wine glasses and walked over. They even brought a table full of dishes. At first, Yuan Xiu and the other 2 were rather restrained as they drank and chatted. However, as they chatted, they found that Chun Zong was not a strange person and gradually relaxed. Since the 3 of you are familiar with the 100 Battles City, can you tell me where I can buy pseudo-spirit artifacts? Chun Zong asked. Brother Chun, you asked the right person, Yuan Xiu said with a smile. I grew up in the 100 Battles City. I'm very familiar with it. Please tell us, Brother Yu, Chun Zong said with a smile. There's a building in the 100 Battles City called 1,000 Treasures. It sells all kinds of treasures, whether it's pseudo-spirit artifacts or pills. It also accepts consignments. If Brother Chun wants to buy anything, you can go directly to 1,000 Treasures building, Yuan Xiu said with a smile. Thank you, Brother Yu. I'll take my leave first, Chun Zong said. After calling the waiter to pay the bill, he left the restaurant. As for Yuan Xiu and the other 2, in the end, they were just strangers who met by chance. They were not real friends. There was quite a distance between the 1,000 Treasures building and the restaurant. The 1,000 Treasures building had 3 floors and occupied a large area. When Chun Zong stepped into the first floor, he found that it was quite lively inside. The first floor was where people consigned their treasures. Simply speaking, as long as you handed the item you wanted to sell to the 1,000 Treasures building, the 1,000 Treasures building would appraise it and quote a reasonable price. Then, it would be placed on sale in the 1,000 Treasures building until the treasure was sold. After the treasure was sold, the 1,000 Treasures building would take a certain percentage as a fee. Although they had to pay a certain price, they could sell the treasure better and invisibly save their energy and time. As for the second and third floors, there were places dedicated to selling the 1,000 Treasures building's treasures. Chun Zong first strolled around the first floor. The area of the first floor alone was quite large. The display booths were arranged in an orderly manner. Some of the booths were empty, while others had some items placed on them. It seemed that there were no corresponding protective measures. Of course, there was no need for any kind of protective measures. After all, behind 1,000 Treasure Pavilion was a transcendent realm master. On the first floor, there were more than 10 pseudo-transcendent realm masters. On top of that, the things being sold here were basically all transcendent realm treasures, so naturally no one would be foolish enough to try and rob them. Chun Zong glanced around and could see that many of the treasures on the booths were pseudo-spirit artifacts. If the power of a pseudo-spirit artifact was not stimulated, it was difficult to tell its grade from its appearance. However, under each treasure was a simple introduction, including the name, grade, price, and so on. Most of them are first-order pseudo-spirit artifacts. Some of them are second-order pseudo-spirit artifacts. Chun Zong thought, whether it was a first-order pseudo-spirit artifact or a second-order pseudo-spirit artifact, Chun Zong didn't care about them now. They couldn't keep up with his pace. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't use a spirit artifact now, Chun Zong would have bought a spirit artifact. With Chun Zong's financial resources, he could definitely afford a low-rank spirit artifact. The most suitable one was naturally a third-order pseudo-spirit artifact. A pair of third-order pseudo-spirit artifact swords and a third-order pseudo-spirit artifact inner vest, these are necessary. Chun Zong thought. The third-order pseudo-spirit artifact inner vest from before had helped him a lot. Of course, if he could obtain other third-order pseudo-spirit artifacts, it would naturally be better. Speaking of which, if he could win 100 matches in the 100 Battles arena, he could obtain a third-order pseudo-spirit artifact as a reward. Shenzong was also very excited. However, winning 100 matches in a row wasn't easy. Shenzong didn't have 100% certainty that he could achieve it. He could only say that he would try his best. Even if he couldn't win 100 matches in a row, it would still bring him a lot of training. While thinking, Shenzong wandered around the 1,000 Treasure House's first pavilion, his eyes carefully sweeping over everything. In addition to pseudo-spirit artifacts, there were also some treasured medicines. As for pills, they were very rare. If there were any, they would often be bought directly. Very few of them could be kept for long. This is a treasure consigned by a Transcendent Realm Master. A pair of third-order pseudo-spirit artifacts. They are now for sale. Those who are interested can come and take a look. A clear voice sounded and spread throughout the first pavilion. Immediately, everyone was attracted to it. The value of a third-order pseudo-spirit artifact far exceeded that of a second-order pseudo-spirit artifact. It was simply two different levels. This was because there were some extreme, mortal realm masters with weaker strength and financial resources who still used third-order pseudo-spirit artifacts as weapons. This kind of situation naturally made the value of third-order pseudo-spirit artifacts extraordinary. Very few people would consign third-order pseudo-spirit artifacts. Every time they were consigned, they would be bought very quickly. Shenzong also quickly walked towards a booth. He saw 1,000 Treasure House pseudo-spirit artifact master place 2 long swords on the booth. The scabbard was placed to the side, and a sign was placed below the 2 long swords. Soon, the booth was surrounded by several dozen people, each of their eyes falling on the 2 long swords. The 2 swords were of the same length. One was bright red, not the red of flames, but the red of the rising sun. The other was a bright red that seemed to glow, somewhat dazzling and somewhat scorching. The other was a deep cyan, but the aura it gave off was relatively cold. The bright red longsword's blade was slightly wider, as wide as 2 fingers, while the cyan longsword's blade was relatively narrower, less than 2 fingers. Whether it was the shape or the color of the 2 long swords, they looked very delicate. Shenzong's eyes moved away from the 2 swords and fell on the sign below. Heavenly Sun Sword, Earth-Ean Sword, third-order pseudo-spirit artifact. The Heavenly Sun Sword contains blazing yang energy, while the Earth-Ean Sword contains cold Yin energy. Sold as a pair. The price is 30 low-rank spirit sources. Why is it so expensive? On average, it costs 15 low-grade spiritual sources for a handful. Too expensive, an average third-order pseudo-spirit artifact only costs 10 low-rank spirit sources, and they're actually being sold as a pair. 30 low-rank spirit sources, that's too expensive. Besides a Transcendent Realm Master, who can afford it? Even a Transcendent Realm Master doesn't necessarily need 2 swords. Discussions broke out all around. Everyone, the previous owners of the Heavenly Sun Sword and Earth-Ean Sword, were Yang Profound Sword and Yin Profound Sword. The pseudo-spirit artifact master from 1,000 Treasure House said loudly, whether it is the Heavenly Sun Sword or the Earth-Ean Sword, their quality is superior to most third-order pseudo-spirit artifacts, so it is reasonable for their price to be higher. So it was the 2 of them. The Heavenly Sun Sword and Earth-Ean Sword have accompanied them for many years. How could they sell them? Didn't you hear clearly? These are weapons consigned by Transcendent Realm Master. In other words, the 2 of them are now Transcendent Realm Masters. Through the discussions of the crowd, Shenzong also learned about Yang Profound Sword and Yin Profound Sword. The 2 of them were famous Grandmaster level masters in the Ascending Heaven domain. Their swordsmanship was amazing, and they were especially proficient in the dual sword combination, making it difficult for them to find a match under the Transcendent Realm. Now that the 2 of them had broken through and become Transcendent Realm Masters, it was likely that they had obtained a low-rank spirit sword to better display their strength. They also needed spirit sources, so they sold the Heavenly Sun Sword and Earth-Ean Sword that they had used for many years. Strictly speaking, The Heavenly Sun Sword and Earthine Sword were not a set of pseudo-spirit artifacts, but because the people who used them were husband and wife, the dual sword combination was regarded as a pair. The power of the two swords could not be mutually amplified. However, these two swords were both top third-order pseudo-spirit artifacts, better than most third-order pseudo-spirit artifacts, so their value was higher. As for selling the two swords together, it was the request of the yin-yang profound sword couple. Chapter 571. Dozens of people gathered around the booth, discussing among themselves. Although they felt that these two swords were very good, there were very few who could afford them. Most of them were just here to watch the show. Under normal circumstances, pseudo-spirit artifacts were traded with spirit shells, but if the consignor had a request, they would follow the consignor's request. For example, the yin-yang mysterious sword couple requested to trade with low-grade spirit sources, so the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion would naturally follow the other party's request. 30 low-grade spirit sources. If you don't have low-grade spirit sources, you can also use substandard spirit sources, but due to the exchange rate and difference between substandard and low-grade spirit sources, you need 360 substandard spirit sources, said the pseudo-transcendent of the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion. 360 substandard spirit sources was not a small number. In other words, each sword was worth 180 substandard spirit sources. Chunzong couldn't help but think of the bounty he received when he was wanted. Capturing him alive would give him 200 substandard spirit sources. Under normal circumstances, it would be enough to buy two relatively ordinary third-order pseudo-spirit artifacts. Even top-notch third-order pseudo-spirit artifacts like the Heavenly Sun Sword and Earthine Sword would be enough to buy one. The original Star Scar twin swords were a set of pseudo-spirit artifacts. After activating their power, they could amplify each other, making them even more powerful. Their value was not inferior to the Heavenly Sun Sword and Earthine Sword. Unfortunately, it was taken away by the third prince, and now it was impossible to get it back. Chunzong wanted to get another pair of third-order pseudo-spirit swords. The Heavenly Sun Sword and Earthine Sword might be suitable. Chunzong was about to speak. Haha, good swords, good swords. 320 low-grade spirit sources. I'll take them. A voice sounded with a hint of dominance. Two figures pushed through the crowd and walked to the front of the booth, staring at the two swords with sharp eyes. One of them was wearing a golden robe and had a golden feather crown on his head. His eyes were as bright as the stars, and his entire body seemed to be constantly emitting a shocking light. He was like a scorching sun, and his aura was oppressive. He was the one who had just spoken. The other person was wearing a silver robe, and his aura was not as strong as the first person. Very directly, the young man in the golden robe waved his right hand and directly grabbed the two swords. Just as he was about to grab them, he was blocked. Young man, if you want the two swords, 30 low-grade spirit sources, or 360 substandard spirit sources, not one less. The pseudo-transcendent of the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion blocked the young man in the golden robe and said. The young man in the golden robe narrowed his eyes, and he stared at the pseudo-transcendent with displeasure. His tyrannical aura and spread out, making the surrounding people to retreat. Only Chunzong stood. Although the young man's aura of the pseudo-transcendent realm, no matter who you are, since you came to my 1,000 Treasure Pavilion, you have to abide by my 1,000 Treasure Pavilion's rules. The pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator said unhurriedly, meeting the golden-robed young man's gaze without fear. 1,000 Treasure Pavilion, what great prestige! The young man in the golden robe sneered. Of these two swords, my senior brother Xiaoho is only interested in the Earthine Sword. However, by purchasing both of them together, he is already abiding by the rules of your 1,000 Treasure House. He is giving your 1,000 Treasure House a lot of face, said the silver-robed young man with a cold voice. Since you want to follow the rules, you should follow them thoroughly. The pseudo-transcendent of the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion was not angry at all. He could see that the young man in the golden robe had an extraordinary background, so there was no need to conflict with him. He only needed to follow the rules of the Thousand Treasure Pavilion. I want these 2 swords, but I only want one of them as a gift. It is useless to me. The corners of the golden-robed young man's mouth curled up into a smile that was filled with a sense of dominance. 30 low-grade spirit sources, or 360 substandard spirit sources. The pseudo-transcendent of the Thousand Treasure Pavilion said unhurriedly. The young man in the golden robe's face sank. 360 substandard spirit sources was not something he could not take out with his background, but he did not have that many on him. I want this pair of swords, Chunzong said, reaching out and taking out 30 low-grade spirit sources from his mustard seed bag. He still had a lot of these things in his void ring. Of course, Chunzong would not take them out directly from his void ring. He had already taken some out and stored them in his mustard seed bag. Good. The pseudo-transcendent of the Thousand Treasure Pavilion suddenly smiled and took the 30 low-grade spirit sources from Chunzong. After confirming that they were genuine, he took the Heaven Sun Sword and Earth Een Sword and handed them to Chunzong. Taking the 2 swords, Chunzong put them in their scabbards and hung them at his waist. He then walked to the other booths to see if there were any third-order pseudo-spirit artifacts or armors. Stop! The young man in the silver robe's figure flashed and directly blocked Chunzong. 180 substandard spirit sources. The Earth Een Sword is mine, the young man in the golden robe said with a bit of arrogance, as if his words were an imperial edict that everyone had to obey. As he spoke, the young man in the golden robe stretched out his hand and directly grabbed the Earth Een Sword, as if everything he wanted was his. Chunzong moved his feet, causing the young man in the golden robe to miss. Sorry, these 2 swords are a pair. They are not for sale. Chunzong said, neither too fast nor too slow. Chunzong could see that the young man in the golden robe had an extraordinary background and estimated that his combat strength was not weak. However, Chunzong did not deliberately go against him. It was just that Chunzong wanted the Heaven Sun Sword and Earth Een Sword after seeing them. It was just that he was 1 step slower than the young man in the golden robe. If the young man in the golden robe could afford to buy them, then Chunzong would have nothing to say. He could only say that he had no fate with this pair of swords and would have to look for other swords. However, since the young man in the golden robe did not meet the standards of the Thousand Treasure Pavilion, the Thousand Treasure Pavilion would not sell these swords to the young man in the golden robe. Chunzong's bid was completely normal and reasonable. However, while Chunzong thought so, some people did not think so. You'd better think it over carefully, the young man in the silver robe said with a cold face and a threatening tone. My senior brother Xiaoho is a core disciple of the sacred martial palace and a peerless genius on the minor heaven ascension list. Obediently hand over the Earth Een Sword and apologize before my senior brother Xiaoho gets angry, and I can spare you this time. Scram! Chunzong's eyes flashed with a cold light as he shouted at the young man in the silver robe. Suddenly, the young man in the golden robe and the silver robe young man's faces changed dramatically. An astonishing aura fluctuated around their bodies. It was extremely tyrannical, as if it was going to destroy everything. It was extremely terrifying. Everyone's faces changed greatly, especially when they heard the identity of the other party. They were shocked and hurriedly retreated, fearing that they would be affected. This is the Thousand Treasure Pavilion. Whether you're a disciple of the Sacred Martial Palace or the 10,000 Heaven Sect, you must abide by the rules of the Thousand Treasure Pavilion. You are not allowed to fight here. The pseudo-transcendent's face darkened. A tyrannical aura spread out and directly suppressed the auras of the young man in the golden robe and the silver robe young man. The young man in the golden robe was furious. His eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent, but he knew that his strength was not enough to fight against a pseudo-transcendent. This was the Thousand Treasure Pavilion and not the Sacred Martial Palace, so he restrained his aura. Immediately, the young man in the golden robe angrily snorted and turned to walk out of the Thousand Treasure Pavilion. You, very good. I will remember you. The silver-robed young man's face was gloomy. His sharp eyes fell on Chunzong's face as he pointed at him threateningly. Finally, his gaze also swept over the pseudo-transcendent from the Thousand Treasure Pavilion. He coldly snorted and quickly followed the young man in the golden robe. It was only after the two had left the Thousand Treasure House that someone opened his mouth to speak. The discussion was extremely noisy, just like a market. However, Chunzong could hear that the content of their discussion was basically related to the sacred martial palace and the minor sky ascension ranking. Young man, you may have gotten into big trouble, the pseudo-transcendent from the Thousand Treasure Pavilion said to Chunzong. Have a strong background? Chunzong asked back. Although he already knew about the sacred martial palace and the minor heaven ascension list, Chunzong did not know about it. The sacred martial palace is a high-ranked sect with great strength and deep heritage. Its core disciples are all talented and have amazing combat strength. Those who can be listed on the minor heaven ascension list are the best of the best among core disciples. The pseudo-transcendent from the Thousand Treasure Pavilion said, the minor heaven ascension list has a total of 72 places. It records all the geniuses under the age of 30 in the entire ascending heaven region. In other words, those who could be listed on a minor heaven ascension list are basically the 72 most talented and most powerful people in the younger generation of the ascending heaven region. Hearing this, Chunzong was indeed surprised. On one hand, he was surprised by the strength of the young man in the golden robe. He was one of the 72 most powerful geniuses under the age of 30 in the entire ascending heaven region. On the other hand, he was surprised by the ascending heaven region's minor heaven ascension list, which was not much different from the dragon chart region. When I heard that person's surname was Xiaoho, I thought of someone. The pseudo-transcendent from the Thousand Treasure Pavilion seemed to be able to tell that Chunzong did not know much about this information. So he continued, the Sacred Martial Palace has an elder named Xiaoho Yuan who is listed on the minor heaven ascension list. Xiaoho Yuan has two grandsons. One is named Xiaoho Ba, and the other is Xiaoho Zhen. Xiaoho Ba is listed on the minor heaven ascension list, while Xiaoho Zhen is listed on the minor heaven ascension list. The person just now should be Xiaoho Zhen. I heard that the Xiaoho family's people are overbearing. I believe that Xiaoho Zhen will remember what happened today and try to harm you. The pseudo-transcendent from the Thousand Treasure Pavilion finally said. Many thanks for the information. Chunzong smiled and cupped his fist to the pseudo-transcendent from the Thousand Treasure Pavilion. Although he did not like trouble and tried his best not to provoke it, some troubles were inevitable. He could not take a step back and give away what he needed just because he did not want to provoke others. Take care of yourself. Finally, the pseudo-transcendent from the Thousand Treasure Pavilion sighed. Chunzong took his leave and walked to the other stalls to see if there were any level 3 pseudo-spirit artifacts. Unfortunately, after walking around, he did not see any other level 3 pseudo-spirit artifacts other than the Heavenly Sun Sword and Earthine Sword. Chunzong was not disappointed. If he had not coincidentally met the Yin-Yang Profound Sword couple who had consigned the Heavenly Sun Sword and Earthine Sword here, he probably would not have been able to obtain the two swords. After all, level 3 pseudo-spirit artifacts were relatively rare. Once they appeared, they would be quickly bought. For example, there were pseudo-transcendent masters just now, but unfortunately, they did not have enough substandard or low-rank spirit sources, so they naturally could not bid for them. After thinking about it, Chunzong stepped onto the stairs of the Thousand Treasure Pavilion and walked to the second floor. Perhaps the Thousand Treasure Pavilion itself sold level 3 pseudo-spirit artifacts. Chapter 572. Sitting cross-legged, with one hand inside and the other outside, Chunzong alternated between inside and outside, fusing his strength. Second transformation of will. 30% of the power of physique and 30% of the power of Zhonghuang true power fused perfectly, forming a new and even stronger power. But because he lacked a strong enough opponent, Chunzong had not completely fused and condensed this 30% power. Cultivating with second transformation of will required time and energy, not instant benefits. In the Thousand Treasure Pavilion, Chunzong purchased the Heavenly Sun Sword and Earthine Sword, as well as a third-order pseudo-spirit artifact, spending a total of 20 low-rank spirit sources. After a night of cultivation, Chunzong felt that his cultivation was closer to the peak of the true martial realm's 9th layer and estimated that he would be able to reach it within a few days. At that time, he would have to prepare to break through to the 10th layer. At dawn, Chunzong went to the 100 Battles Arena after breakfast. Today was the Pseudo-Transcendent Stage's 100 Battles Arena, so there were many spectators. Obtaining a complete winning streak, the Pseudo-Transcendent Stage's rewards were very generous, naturally attracting many Pseudo-Transcendent Realm Masters to participate. But relatively speaking, there were still fewer Pseudo-Transcendent Realm Masters. After paying the entrance fee, Chunzong sat down in the spectator area. Before the battle even began, he first glanced at the waiting area and saw that there were only a few people present. Soon, 2 pseudo-transcendent realm masters stepped onto the stage. The 2 of them were evenly matched in strength, and as soon as they began fighting, a fierce battle ensued. It took more than half an hour before a winner was decided. The winner had consumed 70 to 80% of his strength, but his next opponent quickly stepped up, and after a fierce battle, the arena master was defeated. It's too difficult to obtain a 10-win streak in the Pseudo-Transcendent Stage's 100 Battles Arena, Chunzong thought. The Pseudo-Transcendent Realm was divided into 7-star, 8-star, and 9-star. A 9-star master was equivalent to a Grandmaster, so it was basically impossible for such a master to participate in the 100 Battles Arena. Even those with 8-star battle prowess would rarely participate. Most of them were 7-star battle prowess. Although there were strong and weak 7-star masters after consecutive battles, it was inevitable that they would be defeated by other challengers, so obtaining a 10-win streak was extremely difficult. Simply put, a 10-win streak in the Pseudo-Transcendent Stage's 100 Battles Arena was at least 10 times more difficult than a 10-win streak in the True Martial Realm's 100 Battles Arena. But a fight between Pseudo-Transcendent Stage's martial realm was more often. Their martial arts attainments were often higher and more powerful. At the end of the day, Transcendent Stage, Chunzong's Transcendent Stage's Transcendent Stage. Tomorrow, it's the 100 Battles Arena of the true martial realm. Chunzong thought to himself as he left the 100 Battles Arena, returning to his residence and continuing his cultivation. Transcendent, 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 Transcendent. He chun and the waiting area waiting to the waiting to the waiting to the waiting. Transcendent. Transcendent to transcendent to transcendent transcendent to transcento transcendent. Compared with the Pseudo-Transcendent Stage's 100 Battles Arena, there were many times more true martial realm cultivators participating. After a while, Imo's son also arrived, his eyes falling directly on Chunzong's face. Chunzong looked back, their gazes colliding in the air. At the entrance to the 100 Battles Arena, the crowd suddenly became restless. Luani is here. He didn't come a day before yesterday. I thought he wouldn't participate. 30-win streak. This is even more exciting. Luani was handsome and walked over with a smile on his face, attracting the attention of many young girls. Gently waving his folding fan, he appeared confident and calm. When the time came, the 100 Battles Arena's battles began. This time, Chunzong's number was 5. Number 1 and number 2 faced off in the 100 Battles Arena. The difference in cultivation between the two was not small, so the outcome was quickly decided. Number 3 went up to fight number 2, but was defeated by number 2. Number 4 went up and was also defeated by number 2. Number 2 has 3 wins in a row. Number 5 Chunzong, the unhindered sword. As the voice of the 100 Battles Towers people sounded, Chunzong grabbed a long sword from the weapon rack and floated down. Unhindered sword, Chunzong, you have a reputation. It seems that you have at least 10 wins in a row. Number 2 was slightly surprised, but immediately sneered. Good. Let me defeat you and end your winning streak. Number 2 had never seen Chunzong fight before. He had only arrived in 100 Battles City yesterday and came for the 100 Battles Arena. Hearing this, Chunzong did not respond. Number 2's strength was indeed not weak. He could easily defeat an ordinary true martial realm cultivator. Chunzong estimated that his combat strength was at least at the late stage of the 2-star realm. But compared to the previous zombie-like cultivator, this kind of combat strength was not much different. Chunzong slashed out with his sword, neither fast nor slow. Number two's expression changed drastically. He realized that he couldn't dodge this sword and could only explode with his full strength. He also slashed out with his sword. The sword rumbled like thunder, and its power was shocking. But such a tyrannical sword could not resist Chunzong's sword at all. It was instantly shattered, and the sword directly slashed at number two's chest. The abundant and terrifying power directly sent number two flying. Another defeat with one sword. Number two, who had fallen off the stage, was stunned. Just now, he had been in high spirits and wanted to defeat Chunzong and end his opponent's winning streak. But now, he had been defeated by Chunzong, and it was only a casual sword strike. The huge difference made him cover his face in shame and run away. Interesting. In the waiting area, Luani chuckled softly. Mo Sen's expression did not change. After watching the battle the day before, he more or less knew that Chunzong's strength was extraordinary. He defeated number two with one sword without using his full strength. Number 6 went up and was defeated with one sword. Number 7 went up and was also defeated with one sword. One sword. Chunzong defeated his opponent with only one sword. 9 wins in a row. With one more victory, he will have 10 wins in a row today. Altogether, it will be 20 wins. Amazing. 10 wins in a row were very common in the 100 battles arena of the true martial realm. 20 wins in a row were relatively rare, but not rare. In short, 10, 20, and 30 wins in a row were relatively easy in the 100 battles arena of the true martial realm. Another person was defeated by Chunzong. Congratulations to Chunzong, the sword of the unhindered for 20 wins in a row. Chunzong jumped up, put his sword back on the weapon rack, and left the waiting area. He sat in the spectator area to watch the battle, because it was soon Mo Sen's turn to fight. Chunzong was actually somewhat curious about Mo Senator, although it seemed that his combat strength was at the 3-star level. Chunzong always felt that it was more than that. It was a little strange. Mo Sun stood on the 100 battles arena with a long black blade in his hand. His aura was cold, like water rippling. Mo Sen's opponent could not resist at all. He was directly sent flying out of the arena, and his injury was not light. One win after another, in the blink of an eye, Mo Sun obtained 9 wins in a row. Looks like Mo Sun will also obtain 30 wins in a row. It feels too easy. Yeah, that's not necessarily true. His next opponent is not easy to deal with. He might be defeated. It's Luani. Mo Sen's next opponent is actually Luani. Everyone was shocked at first, and then they cheered. Mo Sun was now only 1 win away from 30 wins in a row, and Luani had already obtained 30 wins in a row. This time, he came for 40 wins in a row. Both of them were very powerful. When the two of them met, it would undoubtedly be a fierce battle. Who was stronger and who was weaker? Luani put away his folding fan and casually grabbed a thin sword from the weapon rack. His figure flashed, looking very elegant. Like a breeze, he gently landed on the 100 battles arena. With one hand behind his back and the other holding the sword, he pointed it at the ground. There was a slight smile on his handsome face. He looked outstanding, making people scream. In terms of appearance and temperament, Luani was indeed very outstanding. However, in the world of cultivators, one did not rely on one's looks to make a living. Without sufficient strength, no matter how good-looking one was, one would at most become the exclusive property of others. Mo Sen's sharp eyes landed on Luani's face with some coldness. Luani still had a smile on his face, as if he did not feel any pressure. "Sorry, your winning streak ends here," Luani said to Mo Sen with a smile. "It's too early." Mo Sen's voice was cold. The corner of Luani's mouth curled up, and the smile on his face became even more obvious. He immediately swung his sword, and sword images filled the sky like a rainstorm, bombarding Mo Sun with unstoppable force. Mo Sun swung his saber, and a dark and cold saber light swept across the sky like a black rainbow, shattering all the sword images in its path. Luani took a step forward, and his figure flickered as he closed in on Mo's senator with a wave of his thin sword. Countless sword images shot towards Mo Sun from all directions. There was no beginning, nor was there an end. Luani's floating rain sword art is even more exquisite than a few days ago. Its power has increased a lot. Several pseudo-transcendents of the 100 Battles Tower nodded and said, however, he shouldn't be able to defeat Mo Sr. After all, he's a member of that family. He's not simple. While they were talking, Mo Sun swung his saber and displayed the Netherworld net saber art. A dark saber light surrounded him like a blooming lotus. Not only did it resist the endless sword images coming from all directions, but it also shattered all of them and condensed them into a single saber that slashed towards Luani. Luani's complexion changed slightly. His footsteps quickly staggered, and his body flew back like a breeze. As he waved his thin sword, countless sword lights shot out like raindrops, one after another shooting towards the saber light. The sound of metal clashing against metal was endless. Ding, ding, dang, dang, dang. It was like countless raindrops falling on a piece of metal. The sound was pleasant to the ears. Every drop of rain carried astonishing power and could easily kill an ordinary peak 9th layer true martial realm cultivator. Countless drops of rain continuously shot towards the black saber light, continuously weakening the power of the saber light. However, Mo Sun swung his black saber again. Man and saber became one, and he broke through the countless drops of rain, directly attacking Luani. The power of this saber seemed to come from the 9 nether cold underworld. The cold and intense suddenly made Luani feel cold all over. He felt that the circulation of his true chi had become sluggish, and even his blood and chi seemed to be solidified. Only now did Luani realize how powerful Mo Sun was. Mo Sun's strength was not something he could compete with. Peak 3-star. Chunzong's eyes flashed. Sure enough, this Mo Sun was very capable. The combat strength he displayed before was only at the late-stage 3-star level. Moreover, Chunzong had a feeling that this peak 3-star level was not Mo Sun's true strength. His true strength could only be stronger. Chunzong couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation. Chapter 573. After defeating Luani, Mo Sun had also obtained 30 consecutive victories, causing waves of cheers. Reigning Sword Chunzong has obtained 20 consecutive victories. Limitless Saber Mo Sun has obtained 30 consecutive victories. I wonder who is stronger between the two. Needless to say, it's definitely Limitless Saber Mo Sr. I think so too. Although Chunzong isn't weak, up to now, his opponents have not been strong. He can easily defeat them. Mo Sun is different. His opponents were powerful people like Guzhong Yuan, followed by even more powerful people like Luani. Yet, they were defeated by Mo Sun one after another. It shows how powerful Mo Sun is. After today's 100 Battles Arena ended, discussions could be heard everywhere in the 100 Battle City. It was the topic of everyone's leisure time. But speaking of which, Mo Sun has obtained 30 consecutive victories. It will probably not be easy for him to obtain 40 consecutive victories. According to the 100 Battle Arena's usual practice, the first 30 consecutive victories are easy. After that, the difficulty increases exponentially. No matter how strong one is, the 100 Battle Arena will not allow them to keep winning. Only at 40 consecutive victories will it be truly exciting. After having his meal, Chunzong made a trip to the 1,000 Treasure Tower. However, he did not discover anything and returned to his residence to continue cultivating. Senior brother Xiaoho, the person who snatched the Earthine Sword back then, is Chunzong. He has obtained 20 consecutive victories in the 100 Battles Arena. The silver-robed youth said to Xiaoho Jun, 100 Battles Arena. Xiaoho Jun sneered when he heard that. Go to the 100 Battles Arena as well. You know what to do. Don't worry, senior brother. The silver-robed youth grinned as his eyes were filled with coldness. The next day was the 100 Battles Arena for the Pseudo-Transcendence. Shenzong did not go to watch the battles. Instead, he stayed in his residence to cultivate the second change of heart. He wanted to master the second change of heart as soon as possible so that he could fuse 100% of his physique and 100% of his reigning true force. It would be even more powerful, and his combat strength would increase several-fold. However, his cultivation progress was very slow. Shenzong did not know when he would be able to master the second change of heart and begin cultivating the third change. Time flew, and it was time for the 100 Battles Arena of the true martial realm. Shenzong would not miss this opportunity. Shenzong is here again. I wonder if Limitless Blade Mo's son will come. I don't think so. I just saw Mo's son leave the city last night. I'm afraid he won't be back so soon. What a pity. I wanted to see the battle between the unhindered sword and the limitless saber. Shenzong sat down in the waiting area, and many eyes fell on him. Just then, a silver silhouette swept over like lightning and stopped in the waiting area. His entire body was emitting a terrifying aura fluctuation, as though thunder had descended, causing the faces of the other martial artists in the waiting area to change. Their entire body was numb, and they felt as though their chi, blood, and true power were collapsing, and they couldn't even muster up any strength. It was too terrifying. This kind of aura was many times stronger than theirs. They all stared at the silver-robed man in horror and retreated to the edge of the waiting area. They felt as if they were stuck on a painting. The silver-robed man wantonly emitted his own aura fluctuation and did not care about other people's feelings. His body directly appeared in front of Shenzong, and his cold eyes seemed to contain lightning, falling on Shenzong's face. Shenzong, I'll give you one last chance. Kneel in front of my senior brother and kowtow to him. Hand over the twin swords. The silver-robed man's face was grim, and his voice was cold and domineering, with hidden killing intent. Get lost. Shenzong's eyes flashed, like a sharp sword being unsheathed. The silver-robed man's face suddenly changed, as if he had seen two peerless divine swords breaking through the air. He felt a chill in his heart, and could not help but take a step back. Immediately, he was extremely angry, and his face was ashen. Good. I'll let you know the consequences. The silver-robed man sat down in another place, and his body was still emitting an astonishing aura, causing the others in the waiting area to be terrified, fearing that they would be killed by him. This kind of combat strength is very strong, at least a 4-star combat strength. The several pseudo-transcendents in the 100 Battles Tower were very experienced. From the aura fluctuations the silver-robed man was emitting, they could roughly guess his combat strength, but they could only be sure that he was a 4-star. As for what level he was in, they could only find out when they fought. It seems that he's here for Shenzong. The grudges between them have nothing to do with us, but today there might be a wonderful battle to watch. Those who walked up to the waiting area felt the terrifying aura of the silver-robed man wantonly. Each and every one of them was terrified, and some even directly left the waiting area, not wanting to fight. What a joke! With such a terrifying person here, what was the point of fighting? If they were careless and were killed by the other party, who would be to blame? Even if they were not killed, they might be seriously injured. Even the spectators in the waiting area felt the powerful aura fluctuations, and all of them looked over. Although they did not know what level this person's combat strength had reached, they understood that he was very strong. Looks like there will be a good show today. What a terrifying aura, I wonder who it is. While everyone was guessing, the 100 Battles Arena began. The first two to enter the arena were both in the 9th layer of the true martial realm. The battle was very intense, and one side won by a narrow margin. One battle after another, each side had their own victory and defeat. Soon, it was Shenzong's turn. Shenzong, unhindered sword. He's going to enter the arena. I wonder if he can achieve a 30-win streak. He should be able to. The difficulty of achieving a 30-win streak, a 20-win streak, and a 10-win streak was actually not much different. Seeing Chun Zong enter the arena, the lightning in the silver-robed man's eyes seemed to burn even more fiercely. Chun Zong held a long sword in his hand and stood tall on the 100 Battles arena. His opponent had also landed, and without saying a word, he immediately made his move. His long spear trembled, and a tyrannical true power covered the spear body. It was like a flood dragon breaking through the air, and indistinctly, there seemed to be an ear-piercing shriek. Chun Zong did not move and swung his sword diagonally. The spear light was shattered, and the shriek stopped. His opponent was also sent flying and fell off the arena. Similarly, he could not block Chun Zong's sword. Not bad, the silver-robed man muttered to himself. His voice was neither loud nor soft. 1-win streak, 2-win streak, 3-win streak. Chun Zong defeated his opponents one by one with his sword, and quickly achieved a 7-win streak. Looking at this momentum, he'll definitely achieve a 30-win streak. After Chun Zong defeated another opponent and obtained his 8th consecutive victory, the silver-robed young man in the waiting area stood up as the voice of the member of the 100 Battle Tower sounded. He glanced at the number wooden token in his hand as a cold smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Soon after, he crushed the wooden token into powder. He took a step forward, and it was as if he was a lightning tower. With a violent crackling sound, he descended on the 100 Battles arena. Unhindered sword, is it? Watch how I break you. The silver-robed man laughed wildly, and the aura around him became more and more intense. Crackling sounds could be heard as strands of silver lightning appeared around the silver-robed man. As they jumped, they emitted a destructive aura. It was very terrifying. So scary. Who is this guy? I recognize him. He's Lin Ziki, a core disciple of the Martial Saint Palace. People call him Thunderfinger. What? He's actually a core disciple of the Martial Saint Palace? The Martial Saint Palace is an upper-rank sect. Every core disciple is extremely talented and powerful. I can't believe they're here. Oh no, Chun Zong is in for it this time. He actually provoked Thunderfinger Lin Ziki. Yuan Shu and the other two, who had met Chun Zong once before, had a drastic change in their expressions. Although they felt that Chun Zong's strength was not bad, his opponent was a core disciple of the Martial Saint Palace, Thunderfinger Lin Ziki. But it's worth it to be able to see a core disciple of the Martial Saint Palace in action. No one was optimistic about Chun Zong's chances. They all thought that Chun Zong's winning streak had come to an end. Moreover, from the looks of it, Lin Ziki didn't just want to defeat Chun Zong. Thunderfinger Lin Ziki's aura continued to rise. The silver lightning arcs around his body increased in number, making him look even more terrifying. Soon after, hundreds of silver lightning arcs swam towards Lin Ziki's right arm, circling around his right arm and rapidly spreading to his palm. Don't worry, I won't kill you. However, I will cripple your limbs one by one. Lin Ziki grinned maliciously. He raised his right hand and extended his index finger. Amidst crackling sounds, many silver lightning arcs jumped and gathered on his index finger. Then, as his index finger trembled slightly, a silver thunderbolt shot out from his fingertip. Fast, it was incomparably fast. Everyone could only see a dazzling silver light flash before their eyes. Those who weren't strong enough felt as if their eyes had been ruthlessly stabbed. They had no choice but to close their eyes as bitter tears flowed out. Almost at the same time Lin Ziki's finger trembled, the silver thunderbolt shot in front of Chun Zong, aiming straight at Chun Zong's left arm. Just as Lin Ziki had said, if he wanted to cripple Chun Zong's limbs one by one, he would start with his left arm. Without a doubt, Lin Ziki's battle strength was at the 4-star level. In an upper-rank sect, a 4-star battle strength was completely qualified to become a core disciple. Although Chun Zong had seen many 4-star and 5-star battle strength martial artists in the imperial city of the Longta dynasty, those were all first-rate geniuses. Only in a place like the imperial city could one see so many of them. There weren't many of them in other prefectures. For example, in a middle-rank sect like the Wanluo sect, there were only 2 or 3 5-star battle strength martial artists in the sect, and no more than 10 4-star battle strength martial artists. However, there were thousands of disciples in the entire Wanluo sect, so the ratio was very low. The overall level of martial Dao in the Ascending Heaven region was higher than in the Longta region, but even so, 4-star battle strength martial artists were still rare. The Silver Thunderbolt was very fast, and Chunzong didn't seem to be able to react in time. He didn't react at all, and even his expression didn't change. However, the moment the Silver Thunderbolt was about to hit Chunzong's figure seemed to sway slightly. The Silver Thunderbolt missed his left arm and shot backwards, hitting the protective barrier of the 100 Battles arena. With a pop, it shattered and dissipated into nothingness. It missed. What happened? In the spectator stands, everyone was surprised. Their strength was too low, so they didn't see Chunzong's figure sway at all. Only the pseudo-transcendents saw it, and it was precisely because they saw it that their faces became solemn. They suddenly realized that this unhindered sword Chunzong's strength was much stronger than they had imagined. Chapter 574. The atmosphere in the 100 Battles arena was bleak. Lin Ziki squinted his eyes and stared at Chunzong. Although he didn't use his full strength, it was at least 30% of his strength. He thought he would be able to cripple his opponent's left arm, then his right arm, and finally his legs. He didn't expect his attack to be dodged. Not bad. Looks like you're not weak either. You probably have some background. Lin Ziki sneered. However, even if you're a disciple of the Myriad Sky sect, offending my senior brother, Xiahou, won't change the fact that you'll be crippled by me. Back in the Thousand Treasures building, Chunzong was able to take out 30 low-grade spiritual sources to buy the 2 swords. This made people think that Chunzong probably had an extraordinary background. However, in the Ascending Heaven region, the Martial Saint Palace and the Myriad Sky sect were the 2 high-grade sects. Xiahou Zhan was one of the top core disciples of the Martial Saint Palace and was ranked on the Minor Heaven Ascension list. His brother was ranked on the Heaven Ascension list. As for his grandfather, he was one of the strongest experts in the extreme mortal realm. Not to mention, there were even stronger experts above him. With such a background and foundation, what was there to be afraid of? Fine, I'll use 40% of my strength to deal with you. Lin Ziki spoke again. As his voice faded, he pointed out again. The same Silver Thunderbolt tore through the air, but it was faster and more dazzling. This time, it was aimed at Chunzong's left arm. However, it missed again. Once again, it shattered on the 100 Battles arena's protective barrier. Lin Ziki's face darkened. He couldn't hit his opponent, even after using 40% of his strength. His opponent was stronger than he imagined. However, that was all. In an instant, the silver electric arcs around Lin Ziki became denser and more violent. He was already impatient and used his full strength. A terrifying aura spread out. He pointed out again, and the silver thunderbolt tore through the air. This time, it was much faster and more powerful than the previous one. Peak 4-star battle strength. Very strong indeed. The finger attack with his full strength reached the peak 4-star battle strength. This surprised Chunzong, but it was only a slight surprise. Chunzong couldn't help but smile. 4-star peak fighting strength. This might be a worthy opponent, a whetstone for him to sharpen his sword. It would allow him to further familiarize himself with the fusion of the second transformation of the Change of Will. It would also be beneficial for the fusion of the power of physique and the great true force. Taking a step forward, Chunzong not only dodged Lin Ziki's finger, but also quickly closed in on his opponent and swung his sword. Today, Chunzong had only used 30% of his physical strength and 30% of his Zhonghu true power, which was equivalent to 60% of his own strength. With such strength, he was already stronger than a 4-star warrior. Lin Ziki's pupils suddenly contracted. He had unleashed a finger attack with all his strength, but it had actually been dodged. For no reason, Lin Ziki had a bad feeling in his heart. He hated this feeling because things seemed to be beyond his expectations. The pseudo-transcendents in the 100 Battles Tower were also shocked. Lin Ziki had already revealed his peak 4-star battle strength. That finger attack was extremely powerful, but Chunzong was still able to dodge it. Didn't that mean that Chunzong's battle strength was not inferior to Lin Ziqi's? Peak 4-star? Immediately, the several pseudo-transcendents smiled wryly. With such combat strength, it wouldn't be difficult for them to obtain a 60 to 70 win streak in the 100 battles arena. It was even possible for them to obtain an 80 win streak and obtain amazing rewards. Lin Ziqi stretched out his 10 fingers and shot out streaks of silver lightning. Each of them had the power of a peak 4-star. 10 streaks of lightning shot towards Chunzong from different directions. If it were any other peak 4-star warrior, they would not be able to withstand it. However, Chunzong swung his sword, and a terrifying sword chi revolved around his sword. He directly shattered the streaks of silver lightning and quickly closed in on Lin Ziqi, stabbing with his sword. This sword seemed slow, but it was extremely fast. It arrived in an instant and contained a terrifying power, causing Lin Ziqi's expression to change drastically. He felt like he was about to be pierced through. Lin Ziqi was shocked to find that he couldn't dodge this sword. He hurriedly waved his hands and condensed a shield in front of him with countless silver lightning arcs jumping around. The sword struck and the shield shattered, forcing Lin Ziqi to retreat again and again. Too weak. Chunzong's voice rang out and reached Lin Ziqi's ears, causing Lin Ziqi's expression to change again and anger to erupt. However, Chunzong's second sword arrived. Still unable to dodge, it slashed into Lin Ziqi's body, breaking the shield he had just condensed and sending him flying again. So weak. One sword strike after another. But each sword strike left a certain amount of time for Lin Ziqi to use his true chi to condense a shield to defend himself. Every sword strike would break the shield and land on Lin Ziqi's body, but it would not injure him. Is this all you've got? Is this what you're relying on to cripple my limbs? One sword strike followed by one sentence. Every word was like a sword that ruthlessly pierced into Lin Ziqi's heart. This feeling was even more unbearable than his body being torn apart. Lin Ziqi's face contorted as his killing intent soared to the sky. His eyes were red with anger. This was a humiliation, an unprecedented humiliation. You dare to humiliate me? I want you dead. I want you dead. Lin Ziqi went crazy. Countless terrifying silver lightning arcs spread out from his body. That was the manifestation of his true chi. Thunder King transformation. Kill you. Amidst the furious roar, countless silver lightning arcs drowned Lin Ziqi's body like an ocean. His aura was incomparably terrifying as it rose steadily. Thunder King transformation. This is one of the secret arts of the Martial Saint Palace. This kid's battle strength is going to surpass the 4-star level. Chunzong didn't make a move. Instead, he stood to the side and allowed his opponent to perform the secret art. With Chunzong's strength, if he wanted to, he could directly break his opponent's secret art with one sword strike and kill him. However, the rules of the 100 Battles Arena stated that he couldn't kill his opponent. Moreover, Chunzong also planned to use his opponent to sharpen his own strength and better train the second transformation of his mind transformation. Countless silver lightning arcs gradually became orderly and condensed around Lin Ziqi's body. It was as if Lin Ziqi was wearing a silver lightning arc battle armor. Lin Ziqi's black hair also turned silver, fluttering without any wind. Crackle. Outside the lightning arc battle armor, there were still many silver lightning arcs jumping around. Each of them carried a terrifying power. Powerful. This power is really powerful. Lin Ziqi, who seemed to be wearing a lightning arc battle armor, raised his hands and spread his fingers. Silver lightning arcs gathered in his palms. His voice also seemed to be accentuated. Immediately, his eyes, which seemed to contain lightning arcs, looked towards Chunzong, and a faint sound resounded in the air. His hands flashed, and countless lightning arcs jumped in the air, shooting towards Chunzong at an astonishing speed. Rushing Thunder Finger. Following that, Lin Ziqi let out a low roar, and the countless silver arcs around his body became even more violent. The power was astonishing, as if it wanted to destroy everything around it. It quickly gathered on Lin Ziqi's right hand, condensing between his index and middle fingers. Break! His two fingers trembled, and terrifying lightning roared like a demonic dragon. It tore through the void and ruthlessly shot towards Chunzong with terrifying power. First he used the Thunder King transformation. Then he used the rushing Thunder Finger. The power of this attack is already close to the mid 5-star level. A pseudo-transcendent realm expert of the 100 Battles Tower said. The Thunder King transformation was one of the top secret arts under the transcendent realm of St. Martial Palace, and the rushing Thunder Finger was also a top martial art. When the two were combined, their power was even more terrifying. Chunzong stood in place and swung his sword towards the demonic dragon-like lightning released by the rushing Thunder Finger. The lightning was shattered, but countless arcs of electricity flowed along the sword and struck Chunzong. The terrifying impact caused Chunzong's body to sway. "This level is still not enough," Chunzong said, a trace of contempt in his eyes. "Is this the strongest strength you can show me?" Lin Ziqi had thought that by using his Thunder King transformation and rushing Thunder Finger, he would be able to shatter Chunzong. Unexpectedly, Chunzong had blocked his attack with a single sword strike and even looked down on him. Unable to bear it any longer, Lin Ziqi became even more furious. Flicking his 10 fingers, he ignored the burden on his body and continuously pushed the rushing Thunder Finger. Terrifying silver arcs of lightning shot towards Chunzong like demonic dragons, as if they wanted to destroy everything in their path. Chunzong still stood in place, not moving at all. He simply waved the sword in his hand to resist the bombardment of the rushing Thunder Finger. Every time the sword collided, the rushing Thunder Finger would shatter, but at the same time, the sword would also be repelled. The terrifying impact impacted Chunzong's body, and the arcs of electricity would quickly spread throughout Chunzong's body, attempting to destroy Chunzong's muscles, bones, blood, and internal organs. Chunzong used a combination of 30% of his physique and 30% of his true chi to not only shatter the power of the rushing Thunder Finger, but also to resist the impact of the lightning arcs, tempering his control over his own strength. Continuously bombarding out more than 30 rushing Thunder Fingers, Lin Ziqi also felt that it was very strenuous. Too weak. After Chunzong completely shattered more than 30 rushing Thunder Fingers, countless silver arcs of electricity flashed around his body, but they were unable to cause any damage to Chunzong. Staring at Lin Ziqi, Chunzong said again. His tone was very calm, but it made Lin Ziqi feel contempt from the depths of his heart. Although he followed Xiaozhen everywhere, Lin Ziqi was a very proud person. Because of his talent and identity, he could not tolerate Chunzong looking down on him. "You have completely infuriated me. I'll make sure you don't even have a corpse left." The furious Lin Ziqi ignored everything and quickly took out a pill from his mustard seed bag. The pill had silver patterns on it that resembled lightning arcs, emitting a faint lightning aura. Not good. The faces of the several pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators from 100 Battles Tower suddenly changed, but it was already too late to stop him. Lin Ziqi threw the pill directly into his mouth, chewed it, and swallowed it. Chunzong actually had the time to stop him, but he chose not to because the tempering effect of Lin Ziqi's previous strength was limited. After swallowing the pill, a terrifying power immediately spread out. Dazzling silver arcs of electricity burst out from Lin Ziqi's body. "Let me show you the power of my Thunder King transformation's second transformation. Insignificant ant." Lin Ziqi's voice boomed like thunder, high and mighty. At that moment, the tyrannical power made him feel like he was a god, one that could control Chunzong's life and death. "Don't disappoint me." Chunzong smiled slightly as he stared at the increasingly powerful Lin Ziqi. Chapter 575. Asterisk crackle. Asterisk every time the sound rang out, Many people in the spectator stands trembled in fear, as if their hearts were about to jump out of their throats. The silver arcs of lightning on Lin Ziki's body became denser and denser, and the aura he exuded became even more tyrannical and terrifying. Countless silver arcs of lightning jumped and gradually connected together, densely covering the lightning arc battle armor. Thunder King, second transformation. Lin Ziki roared, his voice like a thunderclap, shaking the heavens and earth. Immediately, a terrifying aura soared into the sky along with countless silver arcs of lightning, reaching a height of 5 meters and condensing into a silvery figure of lightning. The figure was 5 meters tall and extremely muscular. Its face couldn't be seen clearly. Only a pair of overbearing eyes that flickered with silver lightning could be seen, as if a king of lightning had descended to the mortal world. The several pseudo-transcendents in the 100 Battles Tower stood up one after another, each of them staring at Chunzong with solemn expressions. As long as Lin Ziki showed signs of being unable to resist, they would immediately intervene and save Chunzong. Of course, they wouldn't make things too difficult for Lin Ziki. After all, he was a core disciple of Marshal St. Palace. Marshal St. Palace wasn't something the 100 Battles Tower could compare to. When the Thunder King figure appeared, Lin Ziki's aura also increased to the extreme. Mid-5 star. This secret technique allowed Lin Ziki's combat power to increase from the peak of 4 star to the mid-stage of 5 star. One had to admit that this secret technique was indeed terrifying. No wonder they were an upper-rank sect with a long history. Their foundation was something that other forces couldn't compare with. Of course, Chunzong also knew that Lin Ziki had only displayed the Thunder King second transformation after taking a pill. In other words, he didn't rely on his own strength, or perhaps he didn't have the qualifications to display the Thunder King second transformation and could only rely on the power of a pill. No matter what, it couldn't hide the fact that the Thunder King's second transformation was a powerful secret technique. After displaying the Thunder King's second transformation, Lin Ziki felt that his entire body was filled with destructive power, as if he could shatter the earth and shatter the sky with just a wave of his hand. This was naturally an illusion caused by power beyond one's control, but it was a fact that he had become stronger. With a finger, a silver lightning as thick as a thigh broke through the air, as if a demonic dragon was roaring. It was still the rolling thunder finger, but it was much stronger than before. Between mid-stage and late-stage 5 star, Chunzong said to himself. Chunzong's full power was at the peak of the 5 star level, which was very close to the early stage of the 6 star level. With his excellent swordsmanship and martial arts realm, Chunzong was able to remain undefeated against the early stage of the 6 star level, who was not as good as Chunzong. On the other hand, 60% of his strength would allow him to possess the strength of a 5 star intermediate stage cultivator. Lin Ziki's current attack power was just right for Chunzong to hone his skills. Instead of dodging, Chunzong directly faced his opponent's more powerful finger attack. Under the slash of the sword force, Chunzong's body swayed, and he retreated 3 steps in a row. However, he also defeated the rolling thunder finger. The remaining lightning spread all over Chunzong's body, as if it wanted to destroy Chunzong. However, it was blocked by Chunzong's strength and then destroyed. He's been repelled. Looks like that's Chunzong's full power. Several pseudo-transcendents of the 100 Battles Tower thought. However, they were also shocked. This kind of combat power was at least at the mid-stage of the 5 star level. Unhindered sword Chunzong's combat power was so tyrannical that it was almost possible for him to be listed on the Minor Heaven Ascension list. Seeing Chunzong retreat 3 steps, Lin Ziki also seemed to see the hope of defeating Chunzong. He once again used the rolling thunder finger, one finger after another. Each finger was used with his full strength, without holding back. The power of each finger was close to the late stage of the 5 star level. It was very terrifying. The silver lightning was like a demonic dragon that pierced through the air, carrying with it a destructive fluctuation that wanted to tear Chunzong into pieces and turn him into dust. Zong kept swinging his sword, each strike containing an astonishing amount of sword chi, destroying the lightning bolts one after another. However, he was also constantly pushed back. The terrifying lightning bolts spread all over his body, wreaking havoc. Even with Zong's tyrannical physique, he felt numb, as if he was about to be torn apart. After using more than a dozen finger strikes, Lin Ziki thought that he could kill Zong, but he didn't expect that he would only be able to push Zong back again and again. The consumption of using the rolling thunder finger like this was undoubtedly astonishing. The Thunder King's phantom on Lin Ziki's body began to fade and gradually become unstable. Rolling thunder finger. Double stack. Using the last of his strength, Lin Ziki pushed out both hands and used the rolling thunder finger at the same time, causing the two rolling thunder fingers to merge into one. Its power doubled and became even more terrifying. He wanted to kill Zong in one fell swoop. The power of this attack directly surpassed the late stage of the 5-star level, reaching the peak of the 5-star level. Zong's face turned solemn. He completely stimulated the power of the fusion of 30% of his physique and 30% of his unhindered true force, turning it into a tyrannical sword chi as he used the 40th style of the unhindered sword art to meet force with force. The momentum was vast, and the terrifying power swept out in all directions, causing the 100 Battles arena to crumble inch by inch. Countless pieces of rubble soared into the sky, and then shattered under the impact of wave after wave, turning into dust that filled the air, blocking everyone's vision. On the dust-covered 100 Battles arena, one could vaguely see silver arcs of lightning jumping, giving off an ear-piercing sound that made one's scalp tingle. Who won? What happened? In the spectator stands, everyone stretched their necks and stared with wide eyes. But no matter how hard they tried, they were unable to see through the smoke and dust covering the 100 Battles arena. Even the several pseudo-transcendents inside the 100 Battles tower could only vaguely see two figures standing in the middle of the smoke and dust, but they couldn't tell who was winning or losing. As the dust gradually dissipated, the two figures became clear. Zong stood tall on the 100 Battles arena, his face slightly pale. The sword robe on his body was somewhat tattered, as if it had been cut by a sharp blade, and many parts were charred black, as if it had been burned by lightning. Only the hilt of the long sword in his right hand remained. As for the body of the sword, it had long been shattered into countless pieces and scattered around. The original 100 Battles arena was also shattered beyond recognition, like a pile of rubble. Looking at Lin Ziki, although he was still standing, his aura was weak and his face was pale. His body was bent and his arms hung limply, and his whole body couldn't help but tremble. It was clear that Lin Ziki was at a disadvantage. That blow just now was so strong that even a late-stage 5-star cultivator would find it difficult to withstand it. This Zong, the pseudo-transcendents of the 100 Battles tower, were horrified. They originally thought that they had seen through Zong's strength, but now they found that it was once again beyond their expectations. Who is Zong, the unhindered sword? You actually... Lin Ziki's body was weak and powerless, as if several sharp blades were cutting into his body. This was the after effect of forcibly using the Thunder King's second transformation. Even with the help of the pill, he still had to bear a part of it. If it weren't for the pill, this side effect would have killed him directly. He had paid such a price, but the other party was still alive and didn't even seem to be injured. Lin Ziki couldn't accept this result. You're still too weak. Zong smiled slightly, his 5 fingers loosening, and the sword hilt fell to the ground. Don't be complacent, Lin Ziki said fiercely, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he stared at Zong. If I can't do anything to you, Senior Brother Xiaohe will take action, and that will be the time of your death. Ha! Zong only smiled slightly, raised his hand, and lightly tapped the air with a finger. A sound that made one's scalp go numb rang out, and then a sword energy shot through the air as fast as lightning. Lin Ziki didn't even have time to react. Suddenly, He felt a pain in his left arm, as if a sharp sword had pierced through it. What are you doing? Lin Ziqi's body trembled even more violently, and he asked in disbelief and anger. I'm crippling your limbs. Shenzong replied unhurriedly. He pointed out a second time, and another sword energy shot out. Lin Ziqi's right arm was pierced through, and he was unable to dodge or defend against it. The terrifying sword energy penetrated the wound and invaded his entire arm, wreaking havoc, crushing the bones and muscles in his left and right arms, completely crippling them. Ah, damn you! Lin Ziqi howled in pain, his face distorted, but he couldn't stop Shenzong. Shenzong pointed out with 2 fingers, and 2 streams of sword energy simultaneously pierced through Lin Ziqi's legs. The terrifying power crushed the muscles and tendons in Lin Ziqi's legs. Lin Ziqi's entire body fell onto the broken stage. He kept struggling and twitching, and the blood-curdling screams he let out caused people's scalps to go numb. Shenzong's expression didn't change in the slightest, as if what he had just done was insignificant. The power of the 4 sword energies was terrifying. Not only had they pierced through Lin Ziqi's limbs, but they had also crushed the bones and muscles in his limbs. Unless he had extremely high-quality spirit medicines, it would be difficult to recover, and even if he did recover, there might be repercussions. In short, if Lin Ziqi hadn't encountered some kind of great opportunity, his life would have been ruined. Several pseudo-transcendents of the 100 Battles Tower appeared on the broken ring, and looking at the crippled Lin Ziqi, they couldn't help feeling their scalps go numb. Shenzong, you might have gotten yourself into big trouble, one of the pseudo-transcendents said. So, I can't continue to challenge? Shenzong asked rhetorically. Of course you can. Inside the 100 battlefield, you naturally have to abide by our rules, but once you leave the 100 battlefield, we won't care about you. It doesn't matter. I just need to continue my winning streak, Shenzong said, his tone full of confidence. The pseudo-transcendents of the 100 Battles Tower didn't think that Shenzong was boasting. With his strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to continue winning. Even 80 or 90 consecutive victories wouldn't be difficult. If they didn't allow Shenzong to continue participating in the 100 Battlefields challenges, wouldn't it mean that the 100 Battlefield was afraid of Marshal St. Palace? Marshal St. Palace was indeed very powerful, but such a great force was intricate and complicated. They wouldn't mobilize so many forces for a single core disciple. Not to mention the 100 Battlefield's backer wasn't an ordinary master. No one paid any attention to Lin Ziqi. But in the end, the pseudo-transcendents of the 100 Battlefield still arranged for people to take Lin Ziqi away. After a simple treatment, he was sent out of the 100 Battlefield. What happened after that had nothing to do with the 100 Battlefield. After witnessing Shenzong's tyrannical strength, the challengers behind him directly admitted defeat. There was nothing they could do about it. This was the first time they had seen such a terrifying Shenzong, so they naturally didn't dare to come up for fear of having their limbs crippled. Chapter 576. My hand, my leg. Lin Ziqi's limbs were bound as he fell to the bed and wailed. Pain emanated from his limbs, a pain worse than death. Xiao Zhen stood by the side with a cold expression. Senior brother Xiao, you have to avenge me. Lin Ziqi wailed. Enough. Xiao Zhen bellowed softly as a look of impatience appeared in his eyes. Lin Ziqi's attitude left him disgusted. He did not feel any pity for him, nor did he understand that Lin Ziqi had ended up in such a state because of his orders to deal with Shenzong. At that moment, Lin Ziqi, who was lying on the bed with limp limbs and wailing in pain, was as ugly as a reptile in Xiao Zhen's eyes. The more he looked at him, the more vexed and disgusted he felt. I will avenge you. Rest in peace, said Xiao Zhen as his tone revealed a hint of cruelty. Thank you, senior brother. Lin Ziqi first thanked him before he thought of something. He felt that Xiao Zhen's words had another meaning. He saw Xiao Zhen raise his finger and could not help but be appalled. Senior brother, what are you doing? Xiahou Zhan's eyes suffused a hint of coldness and killing intent. His finger trembled slightly as a golden beam tore through the air. It was fast, extremely fast. Even at his peak, Lin Ziki would not have been able to dodge it, much less in his crippled state. Lin Ziki never expected that his senior brother would attempt to kill him. There was a soft, spluttering sound as Lin Ziki's eyes widened. They were filled with disbelief. He never expected that he would be killed by senior brother Xiahou, whom he had served wholeheartedly. Did he regret it? He did not know because his vision was already plunged into darkness. He did not know anything. Xiahou Zhan's expression did not change at all despite personally killing his junior brother who had served him. Chunzong, next is you. There was a flurry of discussion throughout 100 Battle City. All of them were about what had happened in 100 Battles battlefield today. I never expected that sword reigning dominance, Chunzong's strength, would be so terrifying. That's right. I always thought that Chunzong's strength was not bad, but that was all. I never expected that battle to scare me. What I didn't expect even more was that this seemingly gentle person didn't hesitate at all when he attacked. It's too shocking. What's the background of Chunzong? I don't know. I've never heard of it before. Even I feel that with that kind of strength, perhaps there's hope for him to be ranked on the Minor Heaven Ascension ranking. He shouldn't be a nameless person. It doesn't matter what his background is. Unless his background is stronger than the Martial Saint Palace, the consequences will be dire. Someone sneered. Lin Ziki was a core disciple of Martial Saint Palace, yet his limbs had been crippled. The people of Martial Saint Palace would never let this matter rest. Perhaps the Transcendent Realm Masters wouldn't take action because of their status, but Martial Saint Palace had many core disciples, each of whom possessed formidable combat strength. Everyone could not help but sigh. If it was just an ordinary disciple of the sacred Martial Palace who had been crippled, the consequences might not be so severe. However, Lin Ziki was a core disciple, and his battle strength had reached the peak of 4-star. He was considered above average among the core disciples. That being said, this kind of thing had nothing to do with him at all. At best, it was more of a topic to talk about after a meal. Chunzong didn't feel anything special about crippling Lin Ziki's limbs. After achieving 30 consecutive victories in the 100 battlefield, Chunzong left and returned to his residence to continue cultivating, forcing Lin Ziki to constantly stimulate his strength, even to the point of using strength beyond his control, all the way to mid-stage or even late-stage 5-star. Chunzong's tempering effect was very obvious. He had completely grasped the power condensed from the fusion of 30% of his physique and 30% of his unhindered true force. Now that he was cultivating the second transformation of the mind transformation, he could feel that the progress was obvious. 40% of his physique and 40% of his unhindered true force had begun to fuse. If the fusion was successful, the new strength would be even more powerful, equivalent to 80% of Chunzong's unhindered true force's strength. Time passed slowly, and the cultivation of the second transformation of the mind transformation was also slowly improving. Suddenly, Chunzong felt a fluctuation of power in his body. A brand new strength circulated around his body as 40% of his physique and 40% of his unhindered true force successfully fused. Just as he was about to savor it, suddenly, he felt a chill between his eyebrows. Without any hesitation, Chunzong quickly moved. With a poochie sound, a sharp golden light pierced through the tightly shut door and shot towards Chunzong's forehead, shattering Chunzong's afterimage. They seemed to have noticed that the golden light didn't kill Chunzong. More golden lights pierced through the air like a rain of arrows, riddling the closed door with thousands of holes. They all shot towards Chunzong. Each of the golden lights had the terrifying power of a late-stage 5-star warrior. In the midst of the puffing sounds, the entire bed was turned into ashes. Chunzong moved his body and dodged all the golden lights. Using his finger like a sword, 40% of his physique and 40% of his unhindered true force condensed into a tyrannical sword power, which instantly broke through the air. The door that was riddled with holes was completely shattered by the sword power. A golden figure stood outside the door, raising his hand to shatter the sword power. With a flash, the figure forced its way into the room, leaving behind layers of golden afterimages. It was difficult to tell which was the real one. All of them charged at Shenzong. Shenzong's eyes focused as he swiped with his sword finger. The sword power tore through the air and shot back. With his extraordinary eyesight, Shenzong instantly recognized the golden figure. It was Xiahou Zhen, who had failed to snatch the Earth-Een sword from him back at the Thousand Treasure Tower. As expected of a top genius on the Minor Heaven Ascension roll, Xiahou Zhen's strength was not something Lin Ziki could compare with. Every move he made was at the late-stage 5-star level. However, it was only at the late-stage 5-star level. With 40% of his physique and 40% of his unhindered true force fused together, Shenzong was able to completely withstand it. He slowly familiarized himself with the fusion of the two powers. Xiahou Zhen was extremely surprised. He believed that he would be able to quickly kill his opponent if he were to personally attack. He never expected that his opponent would not only dodge all of his attacks, but also counterattack. Such combat strength was at least at the late-stage 5-star level. As the two fought, the guest room was immediately shattered. Even the entire inn was affected by the shock waves as it collapsed. The people living in the inn hurriedly rushed out in horror, preventing them from being killed. All of them stared at the two figures in the dust in horror. They felt a lingering fear when they sensed the terrifying auras. The more Xiahou Zhen attacked, the angrier he became. He used powerful finger techniques as countless golden beams of light interweaved in the air. They spun in a straight line as they charged at Shenzong. Their strength constantly increased, approaching the peak of the 5-star level. Even so, he was unable to defeat Shenzong. Instead, through the tempering, Shenzong became more familiar with his control over his strength. Xiahou Zhen was indeed very strong, but it was nothing to Shenzong. If he used his full strength, he could quickly defeat or even kill Xiahou Zhen. However, Shenzong was using Xiahou Zhen's strength to temper himself, aiding in the cultivation of mind change. "Stop! How dare you attack in Hunter Battle City?" A loud bellow sounded like rumbling thunder. A powerful aura surged out as though a mountain was crushing down. This was the powerful aura of a pseudo-transcendent. Immediately following that, a gigantic palm print that was dozens of meters tall condensed in the sky. It descended like a mountain, bringing with it an astounding pressure. Shenzong and Xiahou Zhen's expressions changed as they hurriedly retreated. The gigantic palm print descended, seemingly about to collapse the ground, but it suddenly paused and dissipated into nothingness. It demonstrated the other party's astounding control over strength and martial arts. Following that, a figure appeared, separating Shenzong and Xiahou Zhen. His cold gaze swept across them, immediately threatening Shenzong and Xiahou Zhen. This was a very powerful pseudo-transcendent. Shenzong estimated that his combat strength was not an ordinary 7-star. It might even reach the 8-star level. Who gave you the guts to ignore the rules and attack in the city? The pseudo-transcendent was from Hunter Battle City. His bellow was like a thunderclap, stirring the surrounding air and sending dust into the air. Shenzong, if you wish to continue participating in the Hunter Battles arena, you will have to abide by the rules of Hunter Battle City. On account of the fact that you are not the one who attacked first, you can continue staying in the city if you compensate for this in. The pseudo-transcendent's sharp eyes were bright as they landed on Shenzong. His tone left no room for argument. Following that, his gaze landed on Xiahou Zhen and turned cold. "Xiahou Zhen, Hunter Battle City is not Martial Sacred Palace. It is not a place where you can do as you wish. Leave Hunter Battle City now, immediately. My Hunter Battle City does not welcome you." Xiahou Zhen's expression changed drastically. By doing so, they were trying to banish Xiahou Zhen. Although a mere Hunter Battle City wasn't weak, it was nothing compared to the Sacred Martial Palace. It didn't matter to Xiahou Zhen whether he stayed in the city or not. However, the problem was that he would be expelled. How could someone as proud as him tolerate that? You have to consider the consequences. Xiahou Zhan's eyes were cold as he glared angrily at the pseudo-transcendent. Consequences? The pseudo-transcendent grinned as a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. What consequences? Will Marshall's Sacred Palace attack my 100-battle city for a mere core disciple like you? Or do you think Xiahou Ba has the ability to cause trouble in my 100-battle city? The two rhetorical questions made Xiahou Zhan's expression turn ugly. He clenched his teeth as his anger burned. It was true that the Marshall Saint Palace was very powerful, but his faction was only one of them. Although the 100-battle city was inferior to the Marshall Saint Palace, the strength of his faction alone wasn't enough to shake the 100-battle city. As for Marshall's Sacred Palace, it was even more impossible for them to take action and suppress 100-battle city for him. That would only make them a laughingstock. If a war were to erupt, Marshall's Sacred Palace would definitely suffer losses. It was also possible that the 10,000 Heaven sect would find an opportunity. The infighting between large factions was far more complicated than one could imagine. Xiahou Zhan scrammed from 100-battle city. 100-battle city does not welcome you. The pseudo-transcendent said again. The surrounding crowd was appalled. You? Good. Good. Xiahou Zhan's chest heaved violently as though a volcano was erupting in his body. He was about to explode from anger. Such a blatant banishment was a complete humiliation to him. Both of you, remember this. Today's humiliation will be returned 100 times over in the future. Xiahou Zhan's voice was like a cold wind from the extreme north that blew through the cracks. It made the surrounding crowd shiver unknowingly as their bodies trembled. Chapter 577. Chunzong, remember, do not do it again. Otherwise, 100-battle city will not welcome you. With that said, the 8-star pseudo-transcendent left. From this point, it could be seen that 100-battle city was very strict with its rules. It was also clear that 100-battle city was very fair. They did not favor Xiahou Zhan just because he was a core disciple of Marshall's Sacred Palace. Neither of them were in the wrong for fighting and destroying the inn, but the main responsibility lay with the person who attacked first. After all, the world of warriors was like that. If someone attacked first, it was impossible to expect the other to be killed obediently. Counterattacks were inevitable. The inn was worth quite a lot, but it was nothing to Chunzong. After paying for what he owed, Chunzong found another inn to stay in. He continued cultivating the change of heart. After the brief exchange with Xiahou Zhan, Chunzong became more familiar with his new strength. However, he was still a distance away from fully grasping it. Unfortunately, it would have been better if the pseudo-transcendent had come a little later. He could have used Xiahou Zhan's strength to temper himself and fully grasp the newly fused strength. Then, he would have been able to better cultivate the second change of heart. What a pity. However, Chunzong did not dwell on it. There would always be tempering. According to Xiahou Zhan's temperament, he would definitely seek revenge. When that happened, it would be a form of tempering. While Chunzong cultivated, the entire city was discussing the matter. Xiahou Zhan's expulsion was no trivial matter. It could be said that he had embarrassed Marshall's Sacred Palace to a certain extent, but such a matter would not implicate the upper echelons. Ignoring how furious Xiahou Zhan was after being expelled from 100-battle city, time flew. The second day passed, and it was time for the true Marshall Realm's 100 Battles Arena. When Chunzong stepped into the 100 Battles Arena, he was surprised to discover that the spectator stand were almost filled with people. It's Chunzong. Sword of Dominance, Chunzong is here. I didn't come the day before yesterday. I missed it. Numerous gazes landed on Chunzong as they exclaimed in surprise. The reason why so many people were here was because of Chunzong. The several pseudo-transcendent realm old men on 100 Battles Tower all smiled happily. Such a grand occasion would only appear after 70 to 80 consecutive victories. Although Chunzong has brought us a little trouble, it's nothing compared to the benefits. The 100-year-old battlefield could hold 40 to 50,000 people. Normally, it would hold around 10,000 people. In other words, today's spirit shell income was several times higher than usual. Moreover, it was certain that as long as Chunzong continued to participate in the 100 Battles arena, the spectators would definitely be more than usual, and the benefits would naturally be greater as well. Spirit shells were a form of currency that could be used to purchase substandard spirit sources, which in turn could be exchanged for low-rank spirit sources. These were all very useful to transcendence, so naturally the more one had, the better. Under everyone's gaze, Chunzong stepped onto the waiting area and sat down. Those who were going to fight walked up to the waiting area one by one. When they saw Chunzong, their hearts trembled involuntarily, especially those who had seen Chunzong fight that day. Many people did some calculations and realized that they might have to fight against Chunzong. They could not help but smile bitterly. At that moment, Emosen arrived. As soon as he stepped onto the waiting area, Emosen's eyes fell on Chunzong. His eyes were extremely bright, as if there was a blade hidden within them that could cut through everything, as if he wanted to tear Chunzong's body apart. Emo-san returned not long after leaving 100 Battle City. As soon as he returned, he heard all kinds of discussions. Only then did he realize that he had missed an exciting scene. Only then did he realize that Chunzong's combat strength was actually so powerful. Such strength made Emo-san feel excited. Sensing Emo-sen's sharp gaze, Chunzong looked back and smiled slightly. Emo-sen's combat strength was also very strong, but it was unknown what level he had reached. However, from the looks of it, he should already know about the battle between Chunzong, Lin Ziki, and Xiaojun. Since he was still acting like this, it meant that his true combat strength had reached the 5-star level. Perhaps he would be a good opponent to hone his new strength, allowing Chunzong to better cultivate the change of will. Soon, Chunzong went on stage and defeated one opponent after another. Should we still send someone to stop him? A pseudo-transcendent from the 100 Battles Tower's upper echelons asked. There's no need. That's right. With his combat strength, to stop his winning streak, one would need at least a late-stage 5-star combat strength. Our 100 Battle City also has late-stage 5-star combat strength, but forget it for now. Let him continue his winning streak. As a result, Chunzong obtained a 40-match winning streak. Next was Senator Emo-san also successfully obtained a 40-match winning streak. He was not attacked by the 100 Battles Tower, because the people from the 100 Battles Tower could tell that Emo-san was not weak. It's not like the two of them are facing each other. What a pity. I really wanted to see the two of them fight. You and I will eventually fight. Emo-san left a sentence as he walked past Chunzong. Chunzong smiled faintly. Time flew by, day after day passed. Besides heading to the 100 battlefield to participate in the 100 Battles arena, Chunzong would occasionally make a trip to the 1000 Treasure Pavilion to see if he could find other Grade 3 pseudo-spirit artifacts. But unfortunately, he didn't have any. In addition, Chunzong would cultivate the change of will and sword arts. He would also comprehend minor true meanings. However, the comprehension of minor true meanings was very slow. Without a chance encounter, it was too difficult to comprehend a new minor true meaning. He was only more familiar with the 3 minor true meanings that he had grasped so far. 50-match winning streak. 60-match winning streak. Every time the 100 Battles arena for the true martial realm level started, the spectator stands in the 100 Battles arena were almost full of people. They were basically here for Chunzong and Mo Senator. In just a few days, the benefits brought to the 100 Battles Tower were astonishing. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong obtained a 70-match winning streak in the 100 Battles arena. Mo-san also obtained a 70-match winning streak. Mo-san, who obtained a 70-match winning streak, had already displayed more of his strength. He had reached the peak of the 4-star level, but that was still not Mo-san's full strength. A new day had arrived. When Chunzong stepped into the 100 Battles arena, waves of cheers sounded. They were all here for Chunzong and Mo Sr.'s 70-match winning streak. Will Chunzong obtain an 80-match winning streak today? Yes. After the 50th match winning streak, The 100 Battles Arena had already intentionally arranged for stronger martial artists to snipe them. However, due to the lack of battle strength, they were all defeated. Not long after Chen Zong stepped into the 100-year battlefield, Missouri's son followed suit. The two of them entered the waiting area one after the other. The two of them came together. Perhaps there will be a battle between the two of them today. Soon, Chen Zong entered the arena. The first opponent's battle strength was not bad. He was a 2-star martial artist. However, compared to Chen Zong, he was too weak and defeated in one strike. The second opponent's battle strength was also a 2-star martial artist. He was also defeated in one strike by Chen Zong. The third opponent, the fourth opponent, all of them were defeated. On the waiting area, Imo-san grabbed his black long blade. His body was like a cold blade light piercing through the air. He landed on the 100 Battles Arena, 100 meters away from Chen Zong. It's Imo-sen's turn. Are the two finally going to fight? Immediately, everyone became excited. They were extremely excited. From the beginning, many people have been discussing the strength between Chen Zong and Limitless Blade, Imo's senator previously. Most people thought that Imo's son was stronger. However, after Chen Zong revealed his shocking battle strength, it was one-sided. Almost everyone thought that Chen Zong was stronger. Subsequently, Imo's son slowly revealed his powerful strength. It was like a bottomless pit. The two of them were once again caught in all kinds of guesses about who was stronger. Now, the two of them were finally going to fight. From now on, the outcome would be clear. You are a good opponent. Imo's son took the initiative to speak. His voice was as cold as a blade. I hope you're also a good opponent. Chen Zong smiled slightly. Until now, no one knew how strong Imo-sen's battle strength was. However, he was sure that he was a 5-star martial artist. Moreover, according to his confident attitude, he must have reached the late stage of 5-star or even stronger. However, it was estimated that he would not exceed the 5-star level. Until now, Chen Zong had gone through many battles. He had also successfully grasped the power of the fusion of 40% of his physical strength and 40% of the Great True Force. He had started to step into the fusion of 50% of his power. In every battle, although Chen Zong basically defeated his opponent with one strike, it was not like he did not gain anything. He tried his best to use the least amount of power to achieve the greatest effect. The black long blade pointed directly at Chen Zong. The blade trembled slightly and emitted a sound that spread out. It was like the low moan of the dark forest. When people heard it, they felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts. A dense blade, qi, gradually spread out from the black long blade. It was like endless smoke emitting an even stronger chill. There was no wind, but Imo-sen's long black hair fluttered in the wind. His black robes rustled as well. A cold and sharp aura erupted from Imo-sen's body, wreaking havoc like a storm, leaving tiny scratches on the stone floor of the arena beneath his feet. No one had ever seen such an attitude before. It was enough to show how much importance Imo-san attached to Chen Zong. Imo-sen's aura rose steadily and became stronger. The aura from his body became fiercer and more tyrannical. It was like an invisible blade qi that cut everything around it. The scratches on the stone floor became clearer and clearer. The surrounding air was also cut apart. Roars came from Imo-sen's body. It was like thunder, like the roar of a beast, and also like the roar of a surging sea. Is he unlocking the seal? In the 100 Battles Tower, several pseudo-transcendents' eyes flashed as they whispered. As far as they knew, in addition to inheriting the ghastly underworld Luo saber, the successor of that family would also inherit a self-sealing technique. He would seal a part of his own strength and use it to train himself. Only when he encountered a strong enemy would he release the seal so that his strength would be on the same level as the enemy. He would then use his saber skills to defeat the enemy. The current Imo-san seemed to be doing such a thing. Chen Zong did not move. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at Imo's senator. He felt Imo-sen's aura continue to rise and become more tyrannical. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile. Compared to Lin Ziki, Imo-sen's aura was even stronger. It had already reached the level of 5-star, but it did not stop. It continued to rise until it reached the level of Lin Ziqi's Thunder King transformation. Then, it reached the level of Lin Ziqi's second transformation. Middle 5-star. Late 5-star. When Mo Sin's aura rose to the late 5-star, it stabilized. His fluttering long hair and robe also returned to silence. Only the long blade trembled slightly, and the sound of struggle grew stronger. Chapter 578. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The jet-black saber radiance swallowed and spat out, and a gloomy coldness filled the air. My blade technique is called the ghastly underworld net. As his aura grew stronger, Mo Sin's voice became even colder and sharper, like the edge of a blade. Every word he spoke could cut open the sky. Zong Hung. Chun Zong held his sword horizontally in front of his chest. His eyes shone brightly as he opened and closed them. Two completely different, yet equally formidable auras coiled around the two of them, and they were sharp and overbearing as they collided with each other, causing a string of shocking sounds to resound out and cause waves of violent winds to blow towards the surroundings, causing the expressions of everyone in the spectating area to become solemn. They had yet to make a move, but the collision of their auras had already made everyone excited. They felt as if their blood was about to boil. Mo's sun attacked. The black long saber trembled, and a cold black saber light broke through the air. One after another, it was densely packed like a torrential rainstorm. Countless cold saber lights seemed to have formed a long river and were surging towards Yishiwen. The long sword shook, and the body of the sword trembled slightly. Then, the jet-black cold saber lights shattered and turned into countless black light spots that splashed in all directions. The onlookers only saw streaks of half-meter-long saber light rushing out like a long river. Then, they were intercepted and shattered by Chun Zong. Countless pieces of broken black light splashed out, drowning Chun Zong's figure. After a dozen breaths of time, all the black blade lights were shattered, and Chun Zong was not hurt at all. How terrifying! He actually managed to block that attack completely. In the spectator stands, everyone was endlessly shocked. The intensity and power of those attacks caused their hearts to tremble. However, that was only Mo Sin's probing attack. It was only the prelude to a fierce battle. With a wave of the black saber, the cold and dark saber light drew a mysterious half-arc in the air. Like a waning moon, it came from one side and attacked Chun Zong. The saber light was hazy, and a halo appeared on its own, making it difficult for people to see clearly. However, Chun Zong did not even look at it. He waved his sword to block it, and with his skillful movement, he swept the saber light and reflected it back at Mo's senator. Then, he took a step forward and stabbed with his long sword, leaving a straight sword mark in the air. Mo Sin's figure flashed, and he avoided the counterattack of the cold saber light. Then his saber slanted upwards to avoid the long sword stab, and chopped towards Chun Zong. The two approached each other, and the long saber and long sword started fighting fiercely. Sparks flew out like a group of stars, shining brightly. It was abnormally gorgeous, causing people to be intoxicated by it. However, they all knew that under that kind of brilliance was an astonishing danger. The slightest bit of carelessness could lead to the danger of death. Sabers and swords were equally sharp. They were both lethal weapons. In this kind of close combat, the fierceness of sabers and sword were vividly displayed. This was especially so when the two of them had high attainments in saber and sword techniques. Every saber and sword strike was like a fatal blow. It was abnormally terrifying. Chun Zong could feel that Mo Sin's saber technique was very profound. He was at least in the Lingwu realm of one with the saber. However, although this level of cultivation was profound, it was nothing compared to Chun Zong. Chun Zong did not use his full strength. Instead, he used the new power after the fusion to fight against Mo's senator. However, after fusing with 50% of his power had already surpassed the late stage of the 5-star realm. Moreover, Mo-san could not match up to his superb sword technique. Soon, Mo-san was suppressed by Chunzong. "Show me your full strength," Chunzong said as he repelled Mo-san with his sword. This scene made everyone in the spectator seats and the 100-battle tower widen their eyes. They originally thought that Chunzong and Mo-san's combat power should be about the same. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. It seemed that Chunzong was more powerful. No, according to Chunzong's words, Mo-san did not really use his full strength. He was still holding back. Mo-san's eyes became sharper. He did not expect that he could not compete with Chunzong even after using most of his strength. Since that was the case, he could only release the seal completely and use his full strength. Mo-san raised his left hand and quickly tapped his chest with his 5 fingers. His body, which did not look strong, shook, and an even more powerful energy wave exploded from his body. The surrounding air seemed to rumble and tremble. Ripples spread out like water. Wisps of black aura slashed out like a long saber, cutting the surroundings. The ground under his feet also collapsed. This level should have surpassed the peak of 5-star and reached the limit of 5-star. Chunzong's eyes flashed. He guessed with some reluctance. At this time, Mo-san's aura was much stronger than before. Chunzong came to this conclusion based on his own experience, but he was not 100% sure. However, beyond the late stage of 5-star was the peak of 5-star and the limit of 5-star. As for 6-star, Chunzong had felt that kind of aura from the disciples of the ancient mountain before. It was stronger than the current Mo senior now. "I'm using my full strength." Mo-san smiled. His eyes became dark and deep. A layer of black flames seemed to burn on his long saber. What answered him was Chunzong's sword. The sword light broke through the air, carrying a powerful sword energy. However, it was blocked by Mo-san's saber and counterattacked. The ghastly underworld saber could be used in close combat and could also slash out saber light to attack the target. It was very powerful. Countless black saber lights flashed in the surroundings and slashed toward Chunzong. 9 shadows, 1 kill. Mo-san shouted in a low voice. His figure flashed and transformed into 9 figures. Each figure looked like a real person. They carried a monstrous, murderous aura. Dark halos surrounded their bodies, making them look like death gods from hell. They held long black sabers in their hands as they quickly wandered around Chunzong, looking for the best angle to attack. The terrifying killing intent made Chunzong's body feel numb. The 9 sabers came from different angles. The supreme killing intent made Chunzong's face even more serious. It was a terrifying killing move. This made Chunzong even more serious, but also aroused a stronger fighting intent. With a sword in hand, the world looked down on him. The 40th move of the unhindered sword technique was not reserved. The new power formed by the fusion of 50% of the physical strength and 50% of the unhindered true power was comparable to 100% of the unhindered true power. In other words, the power of Chunzong's new power was equal to 100% of his previous power. The limit of 5-star. Moreover, it was the limit of 5-star that was very close to 6-star. In an instant, the 9 swords completely blocked the 9 saber attacks that came from all directions. The terrifying might of the sword energy was astonishing. It passed through the saber images and shattered 8 of the 9 figures. The one that did not shatter was sent flying. It was Mo-san's original body. Mo-san was extremely shocked. 9 shadows, 1 kill was one of the ultimate moves of the ghastly forest underworld Luo saber. When it was executed with his peak 5-star battle strength, its might was extremely terrifying. Even someone with the same battle strength might not be able to withstand it. However, not only did Chunzong withstand it, he even shattered the 8 shadows. Mo-san could clearly feel the terrifying power contained in Chunzong's sword. It seemed to be even stronger than his. The pseudo-transcendents in the 100 Battles Tower were dumbfounded. With their eyesight and experience, they could naturally see Chunzong and Mo-san's strength. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The combat strength displayed by the two of them. The limit of 5-star. This was definitely a powerful strength that could be ranked on the Minor Heaven Ascension list. Moreover, it was a strength that could be ranked among the top. With the Netherworld Net Saber, they were certain that Immo's son came from that family. He should be the successor of that family and had just come out to gain experience. Therefore, it was not surprising that he was not famous. As for that Shinzong, where did he come from? Was he also a member of a hidden family? However, they had never heard of a hidden family with the surname Chun. They had also never seen the sword technique he used. The Dragon Chart region's Tianjiang Mansion was very far from the Ascending Heaven region. The unhindered sword technique was nothing in the vast sea of martial arts. Of course, it was not famous. It was normal that they did not recognize it. After dispersing the impact of the sword energy, Immo's son tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and charged at Chunzong again. Before he arrived, he had already swung his saber. Several cold saber lights that emitted a cold, murderous intent pierced through the air like crescent moons. Each saber light was several meters long. Before they arrived, many saber marks had already been left on the stage. That was not all. As Immo's son swung his saber, more and more cold saber lights condensed and pierced through the air as if they were going to cut Chunzong into pieces. It felt as if he could destroy a city wall with just one saber. Even if he was facing thousands of soldiers and horses, he could still kill them all with his own strength. Countless saber lights slashed toward Chunzong. Each of them was extremely cold. They could freeze the chi and blood of an ordinary warrior and destroy all resistance. If it were an ordinary 5-star warrior, any saber light would be able to kill him. Chunzong's eyes flickered. With the long sword in his hand, he stood still and let the saber lights slash toward him. He only swung his sword and used his sword energy to shatter the cold saber lights one after another. Every time he shattered a saber light, a wisp of cold energy would spread out and enter his arm through the sword, trying to invade his body and cause damage. However, Chunzong's chi and blood were pure yang. They were extremely powerful, like a raging fire. Before the cold energy could cause any damage, it was shattered by the pure yang chi and blood. It could not affect Chunzong at all. Every saber light was very powerful, but Chunzong stood still and took it head on. His purpose was to use the power of these saber lights to train his own strength and try to master the new strength completely. Immo's son swung his saber without stopping. He swung his saber down from the sky with an extremely powerful aura. Before the saber landed, the arena under Chunzong's feet had already been shattered, leaving a long saber mark. It was a shocking sight. Raising his head slightly, Chunzong's eyes flickered. After shattering the saber lights, he swung his sword upward. The powerful sword energy seemed to be able to break the sky. The saber and sword clashed. The sound was intense and sharp. An invisible sound wave spread out and crushed the saber lights. Everyone in the spectator stands in the distance covered their ears. Each and every one of them showed a pained expression. It was like the sound of a demon piercing through their heads. It was as if their souls were being torn apart. Immo's son brandished his saber again and again, but Chunzong blocked his attacks time and time again. The terrifying sound waves shattered everything in their surroundings. Rocks flew into the air and then turned into dust under the shockingly formless sound waves. Dust and smoke billowed. The ring around Chunzong was shattered beyond recognition, but the place where his feet were standing was completely undamaged. He displayed an astonishing control over his power, causing the spectators to be amazed. Terrifying. If it were us back then, we wouldn't have been able to do this. Not to mention back then. Even now, we may not be able to do better. The pseudo-transcendence in the 100 Battles Tower smiled bitterly. In a head-on confrontation, Chunzong's control over his strength became more and more refined, gradually approaching his limit. In a chapter. Chapter 579. Senior and Junior Brothers, please subscribe to me. The cold blade light filled the air, and the blades connected endlessly. Suddenly, he grasped 50% of his power, and under Chunzong's control, he condensed it into an incomparably tyrannical sword energy and slashed it upwards. When the blade and sword collided, the long blade could not resist and was bounced up high. Mo Sin's expression suddenly changed, and his body flew up high along with the long blade. A terrifying power kept attacking the blade. Not only was it tyrannical, but it also contained a shocking sharpness. Moreover, it was endless, like a tide, wave after wave. It was simply inconceivable. It was common knowledge that domineering, ferocious, and unyielding forces were usually weaker in terms of sustainability, while continuous forces were usually softer. However, the force of Chunzong's sword contained domineering, ferocious, sharp, and continuous force, and even contained a kind of flexibility, like the gurgling of flowing water. Underworld blade, 10,000 mammoth forest. Hundreds of meters in the air, Mo Sun held the hilt of his blade with both hands, and a vast and mighty sound rang out continuously. It was like thunder, like a gale, and also like a cold wind from hell. The black long blade was slowly waved, and countless black blade shadows filled the air, like a cold dark cloud that covered the sky and earth. It was gloomy and oppressive. Everyone raised their heads to look, and their expressions changed drastically. They felt that it was difficult to breathe, and their bodies stiffened. The full name of the Underworld Blade was the Underworld Blade. 10,000 Mammoth Forest was the second ultimate move of the Underworld Blade, and it was more powerful and profound than the 9 Shadows' one kill. The Underworld Blade light condensed into a cold, dark cloud, and a layer covered it, as if the sky was collapsing. Chop! Accompanied by Mo Sin's low shout, which was like the roar of a cold wind from the underworld, the black long blade slashed down. Immediately, a large amount of blade light covered the sky and covered the earth as a dark cloud descended from the sky. It was low and heavy, and the extremely terrifying aura caused the stage below to shake. The faces of the spectators changed greatly, and they all had no choice but to use their full strength to activate their techniques and revolve their true power to resist the impact of the aura. If it weren't for the fact that they were far enough away, this kind of aura would have been enough to crush them one by one. Even so, they still felt extremely uncomfortable. It was as if there was an invisible stone blocking their chests. They tried their best to breathe, but were unable to take in much air. It was as if they were about to faint from suffocation. Chunzong raised his head and stared at the gloomy, cold clouds pressing down from above. He could see that every streak of dark blade light flickered with terrifying sharpness. The gloomy coldness contained an astonishing and irresistible dominance, as if it could crush everything. The broken arena of 100 battles seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Chunzong felt the pressure on his body increase sharply, like a mountain of knives falling down. The light in his eyes became brighter and sharper. His arm shook slightly, and as his 5 fingers loosened and tightened, the long sword trembled slightly, emitting a melodious and ear-piercing sword cry, as if the sword was cheering. Slash! With a low shout, Chunzong seemed to use all his strength to slash upward with his sword. It seemed like a simple slash, but it was the 40th move of the Zhonghu sword technique, and it was extremely powerful. The Zhonghu sword technique was a sword technique that used the Zhonghu sword technique to activate the Zhonghu sword technique. Only in this way could its power be maximized. However, under Chunzong's slow improvement, it could be activated with the new power after the fusion. Its power was not reduced, and it had even more amazing mysteries under the new power. The sword light broke through the air like a 10-meter-long crescent rising to the sky. The crescent moon emitted a hazy halo. If one looked closely, they would find that the halo was actually formed by countless shadows of the sword light and the crescent moon. Up and down, the crescent moon of the sword light directly hit the dark clouds of the blade light, shattering the layers of blade light. However, it was constantly weakened and finally collapsed. A small part of the dark clouds of the blade light remained. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The slash continued. Chunzong waved his sword again. The 10-meter-long crescent moon of the sword light shattered the remaining small part of the dark clouds of the blade light. His body and sword became one. It was as if he had pierced through the clouds and soared into the sky. The long sword streaked across the sky, like a flying star chasing after the moon, and attacked Emo's son, who was falling from the sky. Facing Chunzong's attack, Emo Sen's expression was cold and solemn. His eyes were as sharp as a blade. He held the long blade tightly with both hands and chopped down. A dark shadow seemed to appear behind him. It raised the huge black long blade like a demon from the netherworld and then chopped down at Chunzong. Netherworld blade, netherworld killing move. This was the third move of the netherworld Luo blade. This slash seemed to be able to summon the power of a demon from the netherworld to kill a strong enemy. The murderous intent was shocking. It was as cold as hell. Everyone in the audience was numb all over. Their blood was frozen, and they could not move. Even their breathing seemed to have stopped. They felt that the blade was coming for them, and they could not dodge or resist it. They could only wait for death to come. Chunzong could not dodge it either. When the blade and sword collided, Chunzong only felt an extremely terrifying force hitting his body. It was as if he could not resist it. His whole body fell from the sky like a meteorite, fiercely bombarding the 100 Battles arena. With a rumble, the earth shook, and the 100 Battles arena completely shattered. In the billowing dust, no one could see the situation inside. They could only see Emo's son falling from the sky. What a terrifying move. Did Emo's son win? Chunzong couldn't have been killed, could he? After coming back to their senses, everyone found that they could move again. They were shocked and started to talk. When the dust settled, there was a deep hole in the center of the collapsed 100 Battles arena. A figure soared into the sky, bringing with it countless pieces of rocks and debris. He landed dozens of meters in front of Emo's senator. It was Chunzong. It seemed that other than his sword robe being a bit tattered, he did not seem to have suffered any injuries. In fact, that was the case. Emo Sen's blade was indeed very powerful. It was enough to kill an ordinary extreme 5-star martial artist. However, Chunzong's strength was not something an ordinary extreme 5-star martial artist could compare with. Moreover, Chunzong's physique was strong. The golden jade impenetrable body's defense was amazing. Coupled with the tyrannical sword force, he completely resisted the terrifying power of that blade. However, Chunzong was very emotional. This Emo Sen's background was not ordinary. His inheritance was not simple. It was obvious when compared to the Zongheng Sword Codex. Before the Zongheng Sword Codex was perfected, its level was not high enough. It could only be considered good in the Tianjiang Prefecture. In the entire Longtu region, it was nothing. However, the perfected Zongheng Sword Codex had indeed improved greatly. In the Tianjiang Prefecture, no one could compare with it. Even if it was compared to the sect guarding martial arts codices of the 4 middle-rank sect, it was not inferior. However, it still could not be compared with the martial arts codex of the Longtu royal family. It was not that its level was inferior. The Zongheng Sword Codex was the highest level of the Zongheng Sword Codex. It was just that it lacked other inheritances, such as some ultimate moves and killing moves. For example, Emo Sen's ghastly underworld Luo blade. Normally, the power of each blade was very strong. It was not weaker than the sword moves of the Zongheng Sword Codex. However, there were also terrifying ultimate moves such as 9 Shadows, 1 Kill, all-encompassing forest, and even the ghastly ultimate move just now. Those were not things that the Zongheng Sword Codex could compare with. Emo-san was also very surprised that his ghastly ultimate move did not hurt Chunzong at all. The Zongheng Sword Codex itself is strong enough, but it lacks the corresponding ultimate moves. My strongest moves are only 2 secret swords, Chunzong thought to himself. Those 2 secret swords were called by another name. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. It was the pseudo-Lingwu. The pseudo-lingwu was also divided into low, middle, and high grades. The Secret Sword Point Star and the Secret Sword Dragon Dance were both low-grade pseudo-lingwu. As for the Thunder King transformation that Lin Ziki used before, Chunzong estimated that it was at least a middle-grade pseudo-lingwu. It might even be higher. For the first time, Chunzong felt that he had very few moves. His lack of skills caused him to be weak when fighting against a strong opponent. He could only rely on the Zongheng Sword Codex to fight against the enemy. He felt that his strength was not enough. It could not be helped. The foundation of his Zongheng Sword Codex was too weak. Even if Chunzong had the help of the ancient Xian tablet, his knowledge and experience were limited. It was like a clever housewife could not cook without rice. Perhaps I should find some other sword moves or pseudo-lingwu to cultivate in the future, Chunzong thought to himself. However, right now, he still needed to defeat Imo's son first. Only then could he continue his winning streak and obtain 100 consecutive victories. You are very strong. Just this alone is not enough to deal with you. Imo's son suddenly opened his mouth to speak while recovering the strength he had just consumed. Next, I will use my secret technique to determine the winner. Is the winner going to be decided? Finally, the winner is going to be decided. Everyone could not help but become excited. Come. Chunzong only replied with one word. He held his sword horizontally in front of his chest and placed his left hand on the sword's spine like a sword, slowly brushing it. Netherworld Storm. As Mo Sen's name rang out, the long sword seemed to explode. A gust of cold black wind appeared out of nowhere, as if it was born from Mo Sen's body and directly swallowed his body. The rumbling sound was terrifying. It was like a storm formed by the wind from the underworld. It descended with the will of death, strangling everything and devouring all life. Everywhere it passed, the shattered stone slabs of the 100 Battles arena collapsed. Netherworld Storm, mid-rank pseudo-lingwu. He really is the successor of that family. The pseudo-transcendence of the 100 Battles Tower had solemn expressions. Chunzong's expression was solemn. He felt a kind of terrifying destruction from the Netherworld Storm. It was extremely tyrannical, and its power was probably enough to threaten an early 6-star martial artist. Taking a deep breath, Chunzong's sword finger brushed across the sword's spine and reached the sword's tip. His unrestrained great true chi poured out like flowing water. Countless strands of energy condensed into light and flowed along the sword's spine. The power penetrated the sword's tip and burst out with an extremely sharp cold light, as if it could shatter stars. Secret Sword, Star Touch. Chunzong was still unable to use new energy to activate his secret sword. He could only use his unrestrained great true chi, and its power was still extremely tyrannical. Using his great true chi at the peak of the 9th true martial realm, this sword was extremely powerful. But that was not all. Chunzong concentrated and stimulated the power of his sword intent. An astonishingly sharp aura descended on the long sword and gathered at the sword's tip, fusing into the cold light. It was as if a terrifying bolt of lightning had struck it. Staring at the terrifying black storm that was madly sweeping over, Chunzong stabbed out with his sword. The space in front of him seemed to tremble, as if it had been pierced through by the sword. Like a hot knife through butter, the sword pierced straight through the black netherworld storm. Everyone unconsciously stood up and stared with wide eyes and craned their necks. They didn't dare to blink, lest they missed the most exciting scene. On the 100 Battles Tower, several pseudo-transcendents also stared with wide eyes. The unrestrained sword and limitless saber. The outcome of the battle between Chunzong and Mo San would be decided in this strike. End of chapter. Chapter 580. Genius 1. Second, remember love divided by little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. I was delayed by something, so I had to make up for it. Sorry. The sword was like a star mark, breaking through the air. Love, go little, say W. Chew the storm was cold, destroying heaven and earth. When the long sword stabbed into the netherworld storm, It shattered inch by inch from the tip of the sword and turned into powder. However, the power of the secret sword technique was not damaged at all. It still broke through the storm with amazing sharpness and stabbed forward. The weapons of the 100 battlefields were specially made. Although they were not pseudo-spiritual weapons, they were stronger than first-stage pseudo-spiritual weapons in terms of hardness and were comparable to second-stage pseudo-spiritual weapons. Even so, Chunzong's full-powered sword was too powerful. Coupled with the terrifying power of the Netherworld storm, the long sword suffered more pressure under the collision and naturally shattered. Inside the Netherworld storm, Imo-sen's long sword also shattered inch by inch. In the blink of an eye, under everyone's gaze, the terrifying Netherworld storm, which seemed to come from the depths of hell, swallowed Chunzong's body. However, Chunzong's sword also stabbed into the Netherworld storm and pierced through it. Rumbling sounds continued to erupt from the Nether storm, and every sound caused the hearts of the surrounding people to involuntarily beat wildly. It seemed like a long time had passed, but in fact, only a few breaths had passed. The Netherworld storm seemed to be unable to withstand the powerful impact and disintegrated from the inside. It shattered inch by inch and turned into gusts of cold wind that blew in all directions. At the same time, everyone only saw a figure fly back like a meteorite. It's Imo-san. Imo-san was actually repelled. Everyone was shocked. The Netherworld storm had completely dissipated. Chunzong stood empty-handed in the ruined 100 Battles arena. His sword robe was tattered beyond recognition. His hair was messy, his face was pale, and his body was aching faintly. The power of the Netherworld storm was too strong. In the distance, Imo-san clutched his chest with one hand. There was a charred black palm print on his chest. A terrifying blazing energy was surging through his body and wreaking havoc, causing him to feel a tearing pain if he moved even a little. The earlier intense battle had exhausted most of his strength. The final Nether storm had exhausted all of his remaining strength. Now, Imo-san did not have much strength left in his body. Chunzong was also the same. His tyrannical true power poured out in torrents and was completely used to display the secret sword point star. The reason why he was able to force Imo-san back and injure him was also because of his powerful body refinement cultivation. He was able to display the primeval iron forging hand. "Do you still want to fight?" Chunzong retorted. Even though he had used up all of his true power, he still had more than half of his physical strength left, so he could still fight. "You win," Imo-san said. His expression was still cold. There was no excuse for him to find. Now that he had exhausted all his strength, he had no strength to fight anymore. On the other hand, Chunzong seemed to still have some strength left. He had no choice but to admit defeat. After admitting defeat, Imo-san turned around and left the ruined 100 Battles arena step by step. "We won. Chunzong won. Too terrifying. This kind of strength is too terrifying. This kind of combat strength can definitely be ranked on the Minor Heaven Ascension list, a pseudo-transcendent of the 100 Battles tower side. He hasn't won 80 consecutive victories yet. Should we send someone to snipe him? Although Chunzong won, he seems to be an arrow at the end of its flight. Send someone. Maybe they can defeat him. But if that's the case, I'm afraid the following matches won't be as exciting, and the profits of the 100 Battles arena will drop again. There are still 3 matches left before Chunzong has a chance to win 80 consecutive victories. Send someone to snipe him. If he loses, he can only blame himself." The next opponent was immediately sent to the stage, not giving Chunzong time to recover his strength. The rules of the 100 Battles arena also forbade taking pills to restore strength. "You're very strong, but how much strength do you have left? This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page." The challenger thought that he had seized the opportunity. As long as he defeated Chunzong, regardless of whether he won or lost, he would leave behind an indelible record. That was, he had once defeated Chunzong, who had terrifying battle prowess. More than enough to defeat you. Chunzong smiled faintly and tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. With a loud bang, the stone floor under his feet shattered instantly. Before his opponent could react, Chunzong's fist landed on his opponent's body. With a bang, the unparalleled challenger was sent flying, coughing up blood. He won again. It seems that Chunzong still has a lot of strength left. Soon, another challenger came to the stage and attacked Chunzong from a distance without saying a word. With a wave of his hand, Chunzong shattered all the attacks and punched out. His fist energy was like a dragon, roaring as it smashed towards his opponent, sending him flying with a single punch. He won again. He's only one match away from 80 consecutive victories. I'll fight you this time. With a deep voice, a tall and mighty middle-aged man fell on the ruined 100 Battles arena like a huge rock. Dust and smoke billowed into the sky around him. This man was wearing a short gray coat. The muscles on his exposed arms bulged as if they were made of steel. His forearms and wrists were wrapped with black chains as thick as a little finger, which added to his fierceness. There was a scar on his ordinary face. His eyes were fierce and sharp, like a lurking beast that could scare ordinary warriors with a glance. He was one of the warriors trained by the 100 Battles arena to snipe challengers who had a winning streak. From his appearance alone, Chunzong could see that his opponent's physique was very strong. He should have practiced a body refining technique and had achieved a certain level of attainment. However, he didn't know how strong he was until they fought. "Take my punch!" With a loud shout, the middle-aged man glared fiercely. He raised his fist and punched forward like an arrow on a bow. Boom! The fist energy rushed out like a fierce tiger, bringing up dust and smoke in the sky. It was like an earth dragon roaring, and countless rocks were flying. This punch was very fierce, as if it could crush a mountain. About the strength of an early 4-star warrior, Chunzong thought. He immediately punched out and shattered his opponent's fist energy. At his peak, his body refining technique could compete with an early 5-star warrior. If he used a mixed iron refining hand, he would be even more powerful. Although Xiao Chun had exhausted a lot of his physical strength in the fight with Mo's son, he had recovered some of his physical strength after the 2 fights earlier. Now he was about 60% of his peak. 60% of his body refining technique was not something an ordinary 4-star warrior could compare with. Seeing that Chunzong still had the strength to break his attack with one punch, the middle-aged man was surprised and attacked again. He continuously punched out with both fists. Wave after wave of fist energy was like a fierce tiger or a fierce dragon. The continuous bombardment caused the ground to shake and the mountains to shake. The momentum was shocking. After throwing out dozens of punches, the middle-aged man didn't stop. Instead, he let out a loud shout, and his upper body swelled up as if it was filled with air. His muscles bulged, and there was a faint layer of blood-red color that emitted traces of pure blood-chi fluctuations. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The sound was like the sound of flowing water. It was the momentum brought by the flow of chi and blood. His powerful chi and blood all went to his right arm. A strange scene appeared. The middle-aged man's right arm kept expanding, and the other parts of his body seemed to shrink. The black chains wrapped around his right arm flew up and danced like snakes. They instantly turned red. Blood prison dragon breaking fist. With a loud shout, the middle-aged man used all his strength to attack with his heaven-level body refining technique. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The terrifying chi and blood soared into the sky like smoke signals. His right arm, which had expanded like a pillar, seemed to shatter the air in front of it. His right arm quickly shrank as if it was shrinking. A blood-red dragon head rushed out of the blood prison. It roared with shocking destructive power and fiercely attacked Chunzong. So powerful. Chunzong couldn't help but be shocked. The power of this punch has reached the peak of 4-star. If Chunzong was at his peak, he could ignore it. However, he only had 60% of his strength now. It was a little difficult. No matter what, Chunzong had to win. Taking a deep breath, his pure yang blood chi surged toward his right arm and gathered in his right palm. His entire palm swelled to the size of a millstone and glowed red. It emitted a terrifying heat that caused the surrounding air to distort, as if there was an invisible mist rising. It felt as if Chun Zong's right palm was compressed into a blazing sun that was incomparably hot. Mixed iron refining hand. He slammed his palm forward and directly hit the blood prison dragon head. At the moment of collision, the terrifying heat and violent power directly shattered the blood prison dragon head. It turned into a shocking blood-red chi and rushed out in all directions. Immediately, the blood-red palm flew out and blasted toward the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was shocked and quickly raised his arms to block. With a bang, he felt like his arms were broken. The terrifying heat kept invading his arms, burning his chi and blood. Retreat, retreat, retreat. There was no way to resist. Congratulations to Chun Zong for his 80 consecutive victories. A voice came from the 100 Battle Tower. In the spectators' stands, everyone was stunned at first, then cheered. 80 consecutive victories. Chun Zong's 80 consecutive victories were very exciting. Everyone thought it was difficult to achieve. First, it was the fierce battle with Mo's senator. Everyone thought he couldn't win, but he still won in the end. However, it seemed like Chun Zong had exhausted his strength. According to the 100 Battle Tower's usual practice, they would definitely send someone to snipe him. Sure enough, the last battle was a sniper from the 100 Battle Tower, and their combat power was not weak. Especially that blood prison dragon breaking fist, which was even more shocking. Even so, Chun Zong still won. It felt like being thrown into the clouds, falling instantly, and then being thrown up again. The feeling of rising and falling in an instant was too exhilarating. In the 100 Battle Tower, several pseudo-transcendents looked at each other. They had indeed arranged for someone to snipe Chun Zong, the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's combat power was not weak, especially the blood prison dragon breaking fist, which had peak 4-star combat power. If it was Chun Zong at his peak, it would not be enough. However, Chun Zong had just fought Mo's son with his full strength, and his strength was nearly exhausted. I didn't expect this kid's body refinement cultivation to be so high. He also mastered a body refinement martial art more powerful than the blood prison dragon breaking fist. Unexpected, completely unexpected. Several pseudo-transcendents smiled bitterly. Now that Chun Zong had won 80 consecutive victories, today's battle was over. In the future, Chun Zong would continue to challenge others, but it would be difficult to find such an opportunity again. And with Chun Zong's combat power, it would not be difficult for him to win 90 consecutive victories. In fact, he might even have a chance to reach the most difficult 100 consecutive victories. The pseudo-transcendents in the 100 Battle Tower had complicated thoughts. On one hand, they wanted to see 100 consecutive victories, but on the other hand, they did not want Chun Zong to win 100 consecutive victories. End of this chapter. Chapter 581. Genius 1, second, remember love, divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. In the entire 100 Battle City, everyone was talking about today's 100 Battles Arena. They were talking about the battle between Chun Zong and Mo's son, and they were talking about Chun Zong's formidable and unexpected strength. Love, go, little, say, W. Chun Zong had already returned to his residence and started to meditate. After recovering his strength, he changed into a new sword gown, tidied up his appearance, and sat cross-legged on his bed. Now that he had completely grasped the fusion of 50% of his physique and 50% of the great true power, he continued to cultivate the second transformation of his mind, and there was progress. Gradually, he began to fuse 60% of his physique and 60% of the great true power. If he could successfully fuse the two, Chun Zong would be able to surpass the past in terms of strength. This was a kind of breakthrough. Time passed slowly, but the discussion about today's 100 Battles Arena did not stop because of this. Instead, it became more and more intense, arousing the curiosity of many martial artists who came to 100 Battle City for the first time. They all made up their minds to wait until the day after tomorrow to see what kind of style it was. Zong, the great sword of traversing? That's interesting. Let's go together the day after tomorrow. A few young men laughed, and each of them looked like they came from an extraordinary background. Don't have too much hope. Some rumors are just rumors, and after many people spread them, they lose their original flavor and become exaggerated. That's true. Haha, how can it be so easy to be ranked on the Minor Sky Ascension list? These people talked among themselves and immediately attracted many angry gazes, but when they saw the symbol on their robes, they immediately retracted their gazes and did not dare to look again. After a night of cultivation, Zong finally managed to fuse 60% of his physique and 60% of his Zongjing true power. The only thing he was lacking was mastering it. He needed to spend enough time to slowly sharpen it. Or if there was a strong enough opponent to exert pressure, Zong would be able to completely master it in a short period of time, just like before. The sky was slightly bright. Although he did not sleep for a night, Zong did not feel sleepy at all. Instead, he was full of energy, and his eyes flashed with light. 9 shadows, 1 kill. 10,000 Mammoth Forest. Netherworld Ultimate Move. Netherworld Storm. The first 3 were the ultimate moves of the Netherworld Luo Saber, while the Netherworld Storm was a fake Lingwu. Zong slowly sorted out his current shortcomings and flaws, and then made up for them. Pseudo Lingwu can be divided into low, middle, and high grades. Both Star Touch and Dragon Sparrow Dance belong to low-grade Pseudo Lingwu. I have to exert all my strength every time I use them, but their power is relatively average. That Nether Storm is not a low-grade Pseudo Lingwu. Its power is probably at the middle grade. Zong thought silently. The fake Lingwu was a trump card for genuine martial realm martial artists. It was like a killing move, and it would not be used easily. Once it was used, it would consume most of one's strength, or even all of one's strength. If one was unable to kill a strong opponent, one's strength would be greatly reduced, and one would fall into a life and death crisis. Relatively speaking, the ultimate moves of martial arts were more practical. Some of the ultimate moves of martial arts were even comparable to the low-grade Pseudo Lingwu. Zong's top priority was not to master more fake Lingwu, but to master the best ultimate moves. Maybe I can create my own based on the Zongheng Sword Codex, Zong thought to himself. The new Zongheng Sword Codex had been perfected in the space of the ancient Xian tablet, and it was the most suitable for him. In addition, he had been practicing and comprehending it continuously, and the more he mastered it, the purer it became. He had already understood all the mysteries. After that, he had honed himself time and time again, and had gone through many life and death battles. These were all accumulations, until today's battle with Mo Senator. After seeing Mo Sen's 3 ultimate moves, Zong had a flash of inspiration. He felt that he could create his own ultimate move based on the Zongheng Sword Codex. Thinking of this, Zong calmed his mind, cleared away all distracting thoughts, and started to comprehend. My master, this chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Since he was practicing the Zongheng Sword Codex, his ultimate move should be based on the Zongheng Sword Codex. Only in this way could he exert his power to the limit. Moreover, it would be easier for him to create his ultimate move. After all, there were traces to follow, and he could not create it out of thin air. For example, when building a house, the Zongheng Sword Codex was already a very solid foundation, and the ultimate move was like building a wall to build the structure of a house. Without a foundation, building a wall out of thin air would be easy to collapse with a little external force. All the mysteries of the Zongheng Sword Codex flowed through his mind like water. When he reached the end, he seemed to have a little inspiration. That was the starting point for Zong to create his own ultimate move. In that case, what kind of unique skill should he create? Different ultimate moves, in addition to their power, would be presented in different ways. They often had different effects, and their power was also different. For example, the 3 ultimate moves of the ghastly underworld Luo Saber. The 9 shadows, 1 kill condensed 8 phantoms, but they had the same power as the real body. They formed 9 phantoms with a real body and attacked the enemy from different angles. The all-encompassing forest was formed by endless dark clouds condensed by the saber light. Loved Gob Shao, say, could the Netherworld final kill, seemed to be able to summon the power of the Netherworld devil to come and kill everything. Each of the 3 ultimate moves was stronger than the last. While thinking, Chun Zong gradually straightened out and understood what kind of ultimate move he should create. The ultimate move based on the Zongheng Sword Codex should not be just one move. It could be 2 or 3. Then, the first move should be the convergence of the essence of the Zongheng Sword Codex, a kind of strengthening of the Zongheng Sword Codex. The subsequent ultimate moves would continue to be extended. After the clarity, the inspiration in his mind seemed to have become brighter. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, the morning had passed. However, Chun Zong still did not create any ultimate move. It was very difficult to create an ultimate move when you thought about it, but when you actually did it. However, Chun Zong had long been mentally prepared. He could not rush it. He could only take it slow. First, he would find a clue, slowly create it, and then perfect it step by step until it was really completed. He did not know how much time it would take, but if he could create it, it would be of great significance. Soon, the day passed and the night fell. However, Chun Zong was still immersed in meditation. Gradually, he found a clue. Chun Zong did not sleep for the whole night. He was still meditating. At dawn, Chun Zong woke up from his meditation. After adjusting his breath for a while, he was full of energy. He got up and walked out to the arena of 100 battles. Today, he would win 90 consecutive victories. As soon as he stepped into the arena of 100 battles, Chun Zong found that the battle seats of the 10 Taoist temples were full of people. It looked a little crowded. There were many more people than the day before, which meant that the arena of 100 battles had received more spiritual shells. He's here. Chun Zong is here. The sharp-eyed people exclaimed the moment Chun Zong appeared. Suddenly, countless eyes fell on Chun Zong. Admiration, awe, curiosity, and so on. Is that Chun Zong? It should be. He doesn't look like anything special. There are no aura fluctuations. I can't see his cultivation. He must have some means to hide it. He's hiding his head but showing his tail. In the corner of the spectator stand, several young people were discussing wantonly. There was no one else around them. They were all driven away by force and kept a distance. Chun Zong went to the waiting area, as usual. Seeing Chun Zong's arrival, the faces of the people in the waiting area changed greatly. Then they smiled bitterly. It was undoubtedly very stressful to compete with such a person on the same stage. They just hoped that they would not have to fight against Chun Zong. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Chun Zong was leisurely. While waiting in the waiting area, he divided half of his attention to meditate on his own unique skill. Soon, it was Chun Zong's turn to fight. In the repaired arena of 100 battles, Chun Zong's opponent looked bitter. He had seen Chun Zong's fight with his own eyes. Although he had some strength, he was too weak compared to Chun Zong. I admit defeat. Without any hesitation, he immediately said and quickly left the arena of 100 battles. No one laughed at him. It was normal to admit defeat when facing a genius with superb combat strength like Chun Zong. In the next round, the challenger did not appear because he directly admitted defeat in the waiting area. Admit defeat. Admit defeat. Admit defeat. Chun Zong had admitted defeat 5 times in a row. He had won 5 times in a row without making a move. The 6th person did not admit defeat because he had a 3-star combat strength and had not seen Chun Zong's fight with his own eyes. He only thought that the rumors were exaggerated. Chun Zong, I'll defeat you. This person looked very confident. Chun Zong smiled slightly and did not answer. I'll show you how powerful I am. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately stabbed with his spear. The spear was like a flying star, extremely fast. Chun Zong waved his sword to block. After the sword was blocked by Chun Zong, the man immediately attacked with his spear again. Suddenly, the sky was filled with spear shadows with a little bit of cold light, like a group of bright stars, and attacked from all directions. He can't be defeated with one move. What's going on? Is Chun Zong's opponent very strong? It doesn't seem like it. Although the aura fluctuations are not weak, compared to Mo Sin's, it's too weak. In the spectator stands, everyone was surprised when they saw that Chun Zong did not defeat his opponent after attacking with his sword. The pseudo-transcendents in the 100 Battles Tower also looked at each other. They could see that the man's combat strength was almost at the 3-star level, which was not bad among the many true martial realm cultivators. However, the gap between him and a 5-star was like the gap between heaven and earth. The combat strength Chun Zong showed before was not as simple as an ordinary 5-star. No one understood what was going on, and Chun Zong would not explain it to them. Facing the sky, full of spear shadows, Chun Zong stood still and waved his sword again and again. Every sword was straight and fast, shattering the spear shadows one after another. It felt like Chun Zong did not know any sword skills. Every sword move was so casual, like a child's doodling. What they did not know was that Chun Zong was trying to comprehend the unhindered sword scripture's unique move and was using this method to speed up his deduction. Is this the strength of someone who could be ranked on the minor heaven ascension list? The young men were stunned at first, but then they all sneered. Any disciple in the clan has sword skills 10 times better than his. What a disappointment. I thought I would be able to watch a good show. I've said before, it's just a rumor that exaggerated the truth. These people talked among themselves, and their voices were very loud. Chun Zong could hear them clearly. He glanced over and saw the expressions of these young men, but he did not care. Instead, he continued to attack, using this method to speed up his deduction of his unique move. Chun Zong's opponent also felt that it was exaggerated. In fact, he might be able to defeat his opponent. Thinking about it, a person who had won 80 consecutive matches was defeated by him. What kind of glory was that? He almost laughed out loud. His long spear shook, and like a roaring dragon, it fiercely blasted towards Chun Zong. He wanted to defeat Chun Zong with one strike, but Chun Zong swung his sword and blocked the spear. End of chapter. Chapter 582. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? I will provide you with wonderful novels to read. Tonight, the Dominator of 6 Realms will undergo the wind tribulation for the second time. Fellow cultivators, please give me your monthly ticket. Tiger leaps over 1,000 mountains. Tiger stomps over 10,000 forests. Tiger taming spear style. Move after move of tyrannical power was unleashed. It was as if a ferocious tiger was roaring, unleashing all its demonic might as it mercilessly blasted towards Chun Zong. Especially the last move, it was the culmination of all its might and was shockingly powerful. However, Chun Zong still waved his sword and blocked them one by one. He was not defeated at all. When the last sword swept out, the sword force was continuous and sent his opponent flying. He won another match. Then, Chun Zong won one match after another. His opponents were so weak that they could not even block his casual sword, let alone help him comprehend his unique skill. 90 consecutive wins. 90 consecutive wins. Amazing. He should be challenging for a 100 consecutive wins. 100 consecutive wins. It hasn't happened for a long time. Finally, someone is going to challenge for a 100 consecutive wins. 90 consecutive victories just like that. Isn't a little too easy? The few young men were stunned. Soon after, they laughed. Looks like I'll come and play some other day. It's not a bad idea to get a 100 consecutive wins and leave a statue here for people to admire. One of the young men laughed, as if the challenge of the 100 Battles Arena was very easy and he could get as many consecutive wins as he wanted. I think it's okay. Why don't you come a day after tomorrow? You can fight Chun Zong and end his winning streak. Okay, let's do that. In a few words, the young men made a decision. After winning 90 consecutive wins, Chun Zong got up and left the 100 Battles Arena. He did not have the leisure to wander around. He went straight back to his residence and continued to practice his unique skill. With Chun Zong's hard work, his unique skill became clearer little by little, but it was still a long way to go. The outside of the house was brightly lit. People were talking about the 100 Battles Arena. The name Chunzong was constantly mentioned, as if it was hanging on the lips of everyone. The young men were having their meal in the restaurant. From time to time, they would hear the word Zhangjingjian or Chunzong. The more they heard, the more annoyed they became, and they couldn't help but become violent. "Shut up!" The young man with long and narrow eyes shouted coldly. His body exuded a shockingly cold and sharp aura. It was like an invisible sword chi piercing through the air, causing the others in the restaurant to tremble. Chunzong, Chunzong, Chunzong. Who does he think he is? Why do you idiots keep talking about him? I will kill whoever dares to mention this name. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold, murderous intent filled the air. It was as if the entire restaurant was about to be crushed. None of them dared to make a sound. They didn't even dare to move for fear of being killed. Enough! What's the point of bickering with a bunch of ants? The leader of the young men spoke up, his tone filled with arrogance and indifference, making those who heard him feel very uncomfortable. Humph! The young man sat down, his expression cold. As the murderous intent dissipated, the people in the restaurant didn't even dare to move. It was only after a long time that some of them stood up and left, trembling with fear. Not long after, only a few people remained in the restaurant. These people were all pseudo-transcendents, so naturally they weren't afraid of a few true martial realm cultivators. On the contrary, they were quite disdainful. However, that Chunzong had nothing to do with them, so they naturally wouldn't meddle in his business. Chunzong didn't know about these things and was still immersed in his comprehension. The night passed, and when the sun rose, a new day had arrived. Today was the pseudo-transcendent stage true martial arena, so Chunzong didn't plan on watching. Walking out of his residence, Chunzong nodded. "This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page." Zong strolled into the streets of Hundred Battles City, seemingly aimlessly walking along the wide street, his mind still focused on comprehending the unique skills of the unhindered sword tome. As he walked, Chunzong relied on the portion of his consciousness he had left outside to step into a restaurant and sit down by the window. "Sir, what would you like to eat?" The restaurant waiter trotted over and wiped the table again while asking with a smile. "Give me a few signature dishes and a jar of wine." Chunzong responded casually. His main focus was on comprehending the unique skills, regardless of whether he was walking, sitting, or lying down. "Okay, please have some tea first." The waiter skillfully served Chunzong hot tea. Not long after, 4 young men also stepped into the restaurant, their eyes sweeping over and landing on Chunzong. "I go shall say W Chuits him. Let's go." With that, one of them walked in front of Chunzong and put his hands on the edge of the table, looking down at him condescendingly. His eyes were cold, as if he wanted to see through Chunzong. "Chunzong, don't be too arrogant." Chunzong was slightly stunned when he heard these words. Too arrogant? He had never acted in a flamboyant manner. So how could he be arrogant? Does it feel good to have your name repeatedly mentioned by everyone? Do you think that you're high and mighty and invincible? The young man's eyes were cold and sharp like a sword, his words aggressive and sarcastic. "Remember my words. You are nothing. Tomorrow, you will know." After saying that, the young man got up and walked back to his original place. Chunzong's expression returned to calm, and he didn't refute the other party because he was too lazy. There was no benefit in this kind of verbal battle, so it was better to divide his attention to comprehend his unique skills. Chunzong didn't respond, which made the young man very unhappy, but he still suppressed the anger in his heart. He would wait until tomorrow's 100 Battles arena to teach him a lesson. After a delicious meal, Chunzong left the restaurant and returned to his residence along the street to continue cultivating. Now that his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th layer of the true martial realm, Chunzong didn't have the slightest clue about the 10th layer, which symbolized the peak of the true martial realm. For a while, he didn't know how to break through, so he could only take it slow. In fact, after a normal cultivator reached the peak of the 9th layer of the true martial realm, they could begin accumulating their true chi in preparation for breaking through to the pseudo-transcendent realm. There is only one way to break through to the pseudo-transcendent realm, and that was to open aperture. After opening an aperture, one's true chi would undergo a transformation and become even more powerful. It was something between true chi and spirit energy at the transcendent realm, a kind of pseudo-spirit energy. Although it was inferior to real spirit energy, it was still many times stronger than true chi. It was very difficult for an ordinary cultivator to open an aperture. This was also the reason why many cultivators who reached the peak of the 9th layer of the true martial realm would be stuck at a bottleneck for decades or even longer, unable to break through. As for Qinzong, that was not the case. He could clearly feel that as long as he wanted to, he could transform his tyrannical true chi into a more powerful pseudo-spirit chi. When he stepped into the pseudo-transcendent realm, his combat strength would soar. This was because Qinzong had opened 2 apertures when he was in the true chi refining realm. The Heaven's Peak aperture and the Earth Abyss aperture. For example, Qinzong had a door in front of him, and Qinzong had the key to open the door. As long as he wanted to, he could directly open the door and walk into a wider world. However, Qinzong didn't want to. The 10th layer of the true martial realm was his next goal. Moreover, he needed to first cultivate the 2nd transformation of the heart change form, and it would be best if he could cultivate the 3rd transformation of the heart change form before breaking through to the pseudo-transcendent realm. After all, pseudo-spirit chi was many times stronger than true chi, and if he wanted to integrate it with his other true chi, the difficulty would be greatly increased. But if this chapter is not finished, please turn the page. If he first integrated his true martial realm, then after he broke through, he wouldn't need to integrate his true chi again. Based on these 2 points, no matter what, Qinzong couldn't break through to the pseudo-transcendent realm now. So, if he wanted to enhance his combat strength, he could only cultivate the heart change form and create his own unique skills. As night fell, Qinzong was still cultivating. As the sky brightened, Qinzong woke up from his cultivation, got up, and walked in the direction of the 100 battlefield. When Qinzong arrived at the 100 battlefield, the spectator stands were already full of people, even more crowded than last time. Because today was Qinzong's challenge to win 100 consecutive victories, it was of great significance and couldn't be missed. Among the tens of thousands of spectators, there were also many pseudo-transcendent realm masters who were full of interest. Since ancient times, very few people had been able to win 100 consecutive victories. After all, the 100 battlefield wouldn't allow others to win 100 consecutive victories and would instead try to stop them. Holding the number wooden plate, Qinzong walked up to the waiting area. In the waiting area, Qinzong felt 5 fierce and tyrannical gazes fall on him, almost as if they were real. The owners of these gazes weren't young, at least 40 years old. Qinzong suddenly had a feeling that these people might be his opponents today. It seemed that they were all masters cultivated by the 100 battlefield, each one of them not weak in combat strength. In addition to these 5 people, there were also others in the waiting area who were going to participate in the challenge. After all, if they didn't fight against Qinzong, they might also be able to win a few consecutive victories. After a while, a young man walked up, his whole body exuding a sharp aura, like an invisible sword chi. The young man's sharp eyes swept over the crowd and finally fell on Qinzong, a cold sneer appearing on his face. I wonder if Qinzong can win 100 consecutive victories. He should be able to. His strength is so strong. I think it's a little difficult. The 100 battlefield won't let him win 100 consecutive victories. You know, the 100 battlefield has cultivated many masters. Each of them is not weak. Yes, today there will definitely be several exciting battles. I hope Qinzong can win 100 consecutive victories. Amidst countless discussions, today's challenges in the 100 battles arena began. The first one to enter the arena was not Qinzong, because Qinzong was not the first one to arrive. Qinzong stared at the battles in the 100 battles arena, but most of his mind was actually focused on the comprehension of his unique skill. The outcome of the battles in the 100 battles arena was soon decided. Then, Another person rushed into the 100 battles arena and continued to fight. One battle after another. Chunzong's name was soon called. The voice was unusually loud, with a hint of uncontrollable excitement. There might be a chance for 100 consecutive victories. How could he not be excited? I know I'm no match for you, but I won't admit defeat, Chunzong's opponent said seriously, as if he wanted to release a monstrous fire with a weak candlelight. Although it was an extravagant hope, Chunzong still let him use his full strength and then defeated him with one sword strike. If they were too weak, they wouldn't be of any use in tempering themselves. When the voice rang out and the next opponent was about to leave the waiting area, the young man suddenly stood up and pressed down on the man's shoulder. "Give me the wooden token," the young man said calmly, with a hint of coldness in his voice. The man was about to get angry, but he found that he could not move. A terrifying aura enveloped him, as if an invisible sword had pierced through his body. In horror, he quickly handed over his wooden token. The young man took the wooden token, a cold smile on his lips, and stepped out. End of chapter. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.